You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Invidium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
I'm 7-0 this season.
You auto-drafted.
That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate.
You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today.
Oh.
I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo. Switched to pants instead.
Armchair.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves throughout the 2022 postseason. We were here for every great moment last October and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Let's go run this back and defend the crown back to battle.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle Trump pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Bushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nene going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Josh Allen the Braves just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on the fantasy team this week. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
It all starts with just one thing.
When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
I think my jersey was one of the top-selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make $1 from it. But nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And my team, support my college, support my university. That's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go, and you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball comes, goes, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janice does not stop it. Oh, please.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores. Make contact.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves throughout the 2022 postseason. We were here for every great moment last October and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Let's go run this back and defend the crown back to battle.
All right, ladies, there's only one spot left in my fantasy football league and 2 of you.
Why don't we flip a coin?
I prefer a more old-fashioned approach. 2 of you walked into this room, but only one's walking out. No, I was kidding. No, I was kidding. Tom, you're in the league. Bill, you're insane.
Armchair.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Blue poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders!
Red Lion! Omaha!
How about?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up? What up? It's Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a
These are
prom-less teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
fans
porn.
now.
That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual.
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I got to dry my keyboard out now.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves throughout the 2022 postseason. We were here for every great moment last October, and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Let's go run this back and defend the crown back to battle.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to hit
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk the betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. And it is a great moment for all of us, and particularly for Henry Aaron, who was met at home plate not only by every member of the Braves, but by his father and mother. At 10 minutes after 9 in Atlanta, Georgia, Henry Aaron has eclipsed the mark set by Babe Ruth.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville 9 that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves throughout the 2022 postseason. We were here for every great moment last October, and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Let's go run this back and defend the crown. Back to battle. Good afternoon, Braves country. Your Atlanta Braves are about to go back to battle with the Philadelphia Phillies. Game 3 on the way. We'll have play-by-play, and that is coming up very shortly. Before that, we're going to get into the game real quick. I'm going to go ahead and hit the lineups, and then after that, I've got some audio, pregame audio. It was the press conference for Brian Snitker that took place earlier today, and he'll give you his thoughts. But real quick, let's do the Phillies lineup at first. It's leading off. Nothing has changed. Leading off, it's going to be Kyle Schwarber, and he'll be playing right field. Hoskins is playing first base and batting second. Real Muto batting third and behind the plate. Bryce Harper is the designated hitter and batting fourth. And after that cleanup spot, you'll have Castellanos batting fifth and playing right field. Alec Bohm batting sixth at third base. Brandon Marsh is the center fielder tonight, and he bats from the left side and batting seventh. Jean Segura, the second baseman, he is batting eighth and playing second. And then Stott, the shortstop, is batting cleanup. Aaron Nola is the starting pitcher for the Philadelphia Phillies, and he is giving the Braves fits. Now, real quick, your home plate umpire is going to be Bill Miller. Stu Sherwater is your first base umpire. Chad Fairchild is the second base umpire, and Ryan Blackney is the third base umpire. The Atlanta Braves look like this today. Leading off Acuna, so he is good, and he is playing in the field. He's in right field. So good news there. Remember, he got hit by that pitch and writhed in pain for quite a while before coming around to score the game-winning run a couple of nights ago. Dansby Swanson batting second and playing short. Olsen stays in the 3 spot. He is batting third and playing first base. Austin Riley's your cleanup hitter and playing third. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate and batting fifth. Michael Harris II, batting 6th and roaming center field. And it'll be Ozuna today at designated hitter. Marcell Ozuna, who has had a decent sample size against Nolan, has actually hit him okay. No one's really tagged Nola per se, but he's had some decent numbers with him. And then the big change in the order today, Vaughn Grissom is batting 8th and playing 2nd. Why Vaughn Grissom? Well, if you look at the numbers with Arcia versus Aaron Nola, he's struck out quite a bit. And so basically they're going to give Grissom a chance to see what he can do. If Nola's on, the guy's, I'm not going to say he's unhittable, but he's a really tough customer. But they're trying to throw a dart at the wall and hope it sticks and hope Grissom can possibly come through in a big moment. And then batting 9th, Rosario will be back out in left field. And at the bottom of the order, he has not hit well. He got a couple of decent swings in the other night. And then also the fact, I think it's just getting another left-handed bat in the lineup. They could have went to Grossman, but I think they like having Grossman on the bench because A, he can play anywhere in the outfield in case of an injury. B, he's a switch hitter in case you need a designated hitter. He's also got good wheels. So he gives you a lot of flexibility off the bench. And I think that's why they have him there. And they feel like if they do have to put him in there, he's going to give you good at bats and he's going to play the field well. Spencer Strider is your starting pitcher today. And of course, that's the big news. Spencer Strider has been electric this year, but he has not pitched since September 18th. So almost a month. It's October 14th. So you do the math. It's almost been a month since he's thrown in a baseball game. He hasn't done simulated games. All he has done is bullpens and light bullpens off to the side. So what does that mean for today? That means that they hope that they can get 4 or 5 innings out of him. It might be more realistic that you're looking at about 3 or 4, but they're basically going to see how he feels. And they've got a number in mind as far as, and you'll hear in a second from Snitker, but they have a number in mind that obviously they won't reveal because they don't want to tip their hand. But I'd say the biggest reason why they're going with Strider here and Morton tomorrow, A, let's be honest, Strider's got the best stuff, right? He's got the best stuff on the team. He's got some of the best stuff in Major League Baseball. So why not go ahead and get him going? Because if we are going to make a long run into the postseason, it doesn't do us any good to keep pushing him back. The other thing is we're coming off an off day. So your entire bullpen is rested. When the entire bullpen is rested and you have a guy that you think may only go 3 innings, 4 innings, you hope for 5. It's very unlikely he goes 6 or 7. Very unlikely because they're going to treat it with kid gloves. Look, they just locked this kid up to a 6-year deal. They're not going to play any games when it comes to that. They're also looking at it, and it's not really an injury that they're worried about a long-term issue, right? They're not rushing him out there and thinking that they're going to possibly get him injured to where he can't pitch next year or anything like that. But it's more of if you're going to make a run in the playoffs, you're going to need Spencer Strider at doing Spencer Strider type things. In this first round, if you can get through Philadelphia, which they've played pretty good baseball. You gotta absolutely tip your hat to them. They've played good baseball and they've taken 1 of 2. But if you're going to get through this gauntlet of the MLB postseason, Spencer Strider, you're kind of figuring 5 starts over the next few weeks. 1 here, 2 in the NLCS, and 2 in the World Series. That would be a perfect scenario. So they want to get them through here. They want to get the win. They want to get through the division series. The division series. But you also don't want to open yourself up where you put him out there and you get like a dead arm issue. He's not worth a hoot in the next round. So it's a delicate situation that they're going to play. And we all know that the analytics and whatnot is going to play a big part into this. That's what the Atlanta Braves do. And look, I know a lot of people don't like the analytics, but it is where we are. And it's going to be a big part of it. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Brian Snitker, and then we will get you set for game number 3.
Just one on behalf of our organization to offer condolences to the Phelan family. Tragic thing, young man like that. And also we lost a good friend last night in Bruce Suter too. It's just, kind of breaks your heart, but just on behalf of the organization, myself, just like to offer our condolences to both of the families.
All right, thanks. Zach, we'll start with you.
Well said, Snit. As for today's game, why Spencer over Charlie?
Yeah, no, we went into last night talking about that because like I told you the other day, I said we put this kid on the roster to pitch him. And I think because we won the game the other night on Wednesday, and it's Kyle going deep into the game, and with this pretty much the state of our bullpen. Because, he's not going to go 7 innings today, and we know we're going to use the bullpen. And I think probably, when we were talking about this, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but, that was kind of the scenario that we were hoping for, is a good start, win the game, know we're going to play 4. And it just kind of lined up, I think, with where our bullpen is.
Justin?
If you guys' bullpen wouldn't have been as rested, do you think you probably would have gone Charlie today?
Now, I don't know. It's possibly. I don't. It's just because we weren't faced with that. I really don't know. Don't know for sure. But because Charlie obviously was in the equation also. But I think just the fact that we won the game, we're going to play 4. With the off day, a lot of the relievers that were probably used in that middle there have had 2 days off. So it lined up and just kind of said Spencer once we got to it.
Mark,
do you have an expectation of how far Strider might have to go?
No, we're going to just take him inning by inning. We have kind of a best case scenario. We'll just see how he gets us, what happens each and every inning, and we have a kind of a number in mind and in innings but we're just going to kind of let that thing develop and see where we're at.
Justin.
So are you able to share that best case scenario or the number in mind?
Yeah, well, we got it.
Adam.
Were there any tests that Ronald Acuna had to pass today?
No, I've spoken to the trainers are all good with him. I think the biggest thing I said, and it kind of worked out good that he scored and we had some time, that inning kept going, and it was just about getting feeling back. And by the time that inning was over, he was throwing in the cage and was good to go. So I think if that inning would have ended with him at second base, I'm not 100% sure we'd have felt comfortable running him back out there. But because we had some time and we could test him out a little bit in the cage, everybody felt good about. And I don't know that we could have kept him out either. He was bound determined to go back.
Can I just follow up one thing? He was on base throughout games 1 and 2. How do you think about the difference in your club and in the lineup when he's out there?
It's a big difference when he's there as opposed to not being there. It's there's no doubt. And I think his legs seem to be feeling really good, and when that's happening and he can use them, then he's a difference maker, obviously.
Mark.
I saw RC has struck out basically half of his at-bats against Nola. Was that the prime reason?
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I talked to him about, too. I said, it's just right or wrong, whatever. I said, you just need to be ready because he's been such a, has done so well. But, you just kind of look and he's had enough at-bats to where it's the right sample size, I guess, to try and take a shot with the other.
And given the excitement that Vaughn created when he first came up here. How much are you looking forward to seeing him out there in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, I'm just, I'm glad we have a guy like that we can put out there. I mean, I liked his at-bats the other day, the last day of the season. He hadn't played a lot. He had some pretty good at-bats in Miami. So, it's just like I told Orlando, it's just one of them things, managers come in, they make they have a hunch or whatever and hope it works.
Zach,
with that injury for Spencer, is there precedent in terms of the length how someone goes, because it's not an arm, you're dealing with something else in the body?
Yeah, I mean that's why I think we do have a target area, I guess, so we'll look at and don't want to take him past because of the fatigue and everything. You ask him, I just talked to him this morning and he's planning on going 9 innings. And that's kind of, that's what makes this kid who he is. I mean, he's not kidding me when he says that either. I mean, he, in his mind, thinks he could go out and go 9 innings. But I just said, let's just go one at a time. If I just win an inning first.
Scott in the back.
Seen from some of the bottom of the order, these first couple games, like say a Harris or an Azuna, both with some pretty hard hit content.
Yeah, no, it's been good. I look at Michael thinking he's kind of like a time bomb waiting to go off here because at any point in time this kid can explode, and and Marcel too. I'm looking at him as the experience that he has against these guys that we're facing, and he has some good at bats the other day too. So I'm hoping that both of those guys, you sit and hope that they get her going and can explode at some point in time.
Kelly.
Ned, I know you've been asked a lot about the rookies this season and the impact they've had on your year. When you wrote up the lineup tonight and knew you were going to start 3 of them in a game with this kind of stakes, what kind of were you thinking?
I didn't realize it till you just told me.
I mean, that's probably unique, I would assume, for you.
No, it is. I mean, that's a credit to our organization. I said our scouting, player development, the whole organization. It's just a credit to the strength of our organization. I think, and not only how deep we are with players, but internally, what I say, our scouting and player development staff.
Okay, so there you have it, Brian Snitker, pre-game, game 3. Phillies and Braves. And I'm going to hit a couple of keys to the game and then we'll step aside and do the introductions and get you ready for first pitch. Nola is a guy that has like a Bugs Bunny curveball. He mix and matches pitches like who he reminds me a lot as far as if you're looking for an ex-Philadelphia Phillies. His stuff is very comparable, maybe not as dominant, but it's very comparable to Roy Halladay back in the day. He's got like 5 pitches he can go to, and he's one of these guys that if he can get things going, he is very, very tough. One of the biggest things that I would like to see Aaron Nola do, or the Braves do to Aaron Nola, I guess I should put it, is work the count, get deep in the count. Meaning, can we not swing at the first pitch in the at bat? And I'm looking dead at Acuna, and and I said it before on the broadcast the other night. You only tend to see him to do it the first time up. It's like he's trying to ambush the pitcher, because I think what he has seen is that there's a lot of pitchers out there that, especially in the regular season, that try to get ahead with the first pitch strike, try to just lay a fastball in there to get the game going because they're expecting a leadoff hitter to take it. But at this point in his career, no one is expecting that from Ronald Acuna Jr. They're going to pitch around him. They're going to give him junk. And what they typically do, and this is what I expect, first pitch from Aaron Nola, is either he's going to try to spot that fastball so far down in the zone, maybe even a little out of it below the knees, to where if you do hit it, you're going to bang it on the ground. But I think it's more likely he goes to either his sinker or his cutter. He throws 5 pitches very well. He's got the 4-seamer, he's got the curve, the sinker, the changeup, and the cutter. He could go changeup, but I just think Acuna is going to need to watch a pitch or so. And he is at his best when he gets deep into counts. Because when he makes a pitcher sweat it out, and he normally does at bats 2 through 4, it's just the first at bat. What I've noticed here recently, he's swinging early and often at the first bat, and then he goes and sits on the pine. He gets upset with himself, and then he really locks in, and then you'll just come up, see him up the rest of the afternoon, and he'll be taking pitches. He'll be hunting for something. Yeah, if you get yours on the inside track and it's sitting dead red, okay, bombs away, because you don't want to just let a run go by. But you need to make sure that that is your pitch. And anything else, it's a nothing count. Spit on it. Aaron Nola needs to get out of this game by somewhere around the 6th inning. In a perfect world, before the 6th, but you at least want the 6th to be his very last inning. What you're really shooting for is to get him out by the 5th, because the Phillies don't have a deep enough bullpen to bridge a 1 or 2 run lead the last 4 innings of the game. They're asking a lot to do that. So they're going to expect Nola to go 6, to go 7. If you get him out by the 5th because his pitch count is up, because you're getting runners on. I thought the Braves did a much better job the other night. They just, actually the first 2 nights, to be honest with you, they just couldn't come through in that first game. All those walks. But they have like 7 walks in that first game. But it starts, Acuna needs to set the tone. It starts at the top. I fully expect Dansby and Riley to start coming out of their slumps. Those 2 guys are too damn good. So that's what I look for. Olsen is swinging a good bat. Travis d'Arnaud's getting his good at bats. But I think the man of the hour tonight, my pick to click is Michael Harris II. I think Michael Harris II is going to have himself a ball game. He's got that short porch in Philadelphia. He's got the kind of power and speed that plays in that ballpark. And also remember with Olsen, he has an astronomical OPS batting average in Philadelphia. And he had a couple of huge games there this year already. So the top of the line's got to get clicking, but I think Michael Harris II is going to be my pick to click today. But I've got a good feeling about tonight. I really look, I know they're downplaying it, but I kind of expect Strider. It's kind of funny when you heard Snitker said that he thinks he can go 9. We know they're not going to let him do that. But I think Strider's going to surprise the national pundits. I think a lot of them think he's only going to pitch 2 innings. I've got a feeling Strider's going to step up in a big way and get 4 or 5 innings. He gets 4 innings. He gets 5 innings. He has done his job, assuming that the runs are at a minimum. The 2 guys you got to worry about, because they've been in slumps, and any guys that are in slumps that are this good of hitters, they usually get out of them. Top of the lineup, first 2 hitters, Schwarber and Hoskins. I think they're a combined 1 for their last 16. I think is what the statistic was I saw. 1 for your last 16. Those 2 hitters are way too good. And I expect Hoskins to be kind of have a chip on his shoulder tonight, because the media killed him for the ball getting through and the allowing the run to score the Olsen base hit. But that was a little absurd, in my opinion, because that was an absolute rocket to his backside. He was having to backhand an absolute worm burner on the ground with the runner in front of him. This was not a Bill Buckner situation. That's what the media's played it out to be. If you notice on the scorecard, it wasn't an error. So if it's not an error, how can you continue to kill a guy? But I think he's going to come in with a chip on his shoulder, something to prove. Best case scenario for the Braves would be he would end up pressing too much and having a terrible next couple of games. But Hoskins is a really good player, and I just don't expect that. And then, of course, we got to keep Bryce Harper from doing Bryce Harper things. Got to keep him off the board, keep him off the base paths. He's already not going to be in the field, so you kind of win there, because even though Castellanos made a great play the other day, he's not the best right fielding option for the Phillies. So defense is definitely advantage Braves. I feel like pitching top to bottom is advantage Braves, and the Phillies offense, though good, I feel like they're very top heavy. You look at the bottom of that Philly lineup, I'll tell you what, let's go 6, 7, 8, 9. Bohm, Marsh, Segura, Stott, Michael Harris, Ozuna, Grissom, and Rosario, much better. So there you have it. All right, we're going to go ahead and get out of here and get you ready for first pitch. Step away for a couple of minutes, and Philadelphia game 3. Let's get them, Braves.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Out of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallant and the
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, boys and girls. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Good afternoon. I'm Mac McGee. Friends, we are live. Citizens Bank Ballpark is the site. As your Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies, we'll have play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch in Game 3 of the National League Division Series. Series all tied up at 1, and this is a game that should tell us a lot about the Braves here in 2022 as Spencer Strider is going to the mound. I was looking at the statistics just before we came on the air. How about this? The lineup. Now, the one problem is we addressed this in the pregame show. The lineup against Spencer Strider all time, 5 for 51. 5 for 51 all time. That's dominant on Spencer Strider's part. 2 players have gotten home runs. Alec Boehm is 3 for 9 with a home run. Kyle Schwarber is 1 for 8 with a home run. As far as base hits, only Schwarber, Castellanos, who is 1 for 6, and Alec Boehm, as I just mentioned, 3 for 9. Those are the 5 hits against Spencer Strider. Conversely, on the other end, these are the statistics going up against Spencer Strider, or the Braves going up against Aaron Nola, rather. Acuna is 13 of 36 lifetime against Aaron Nola, 361 clip. Dansby Swanson, 12 for 55, batting 218. Acuna has 4 home runs, Swanson 1. Matt Olson, 3 for 15 with 1 home run, batting 200. Austin Riley, 18 of 42, 3 home runs, batting 429. Travis d'Arnaud, well, I was a little surprised that he was in the lineup today. I thought they might have him do the day game tomorrow and have Contreras go tonight. But d'Arnaud's 5 for 31. He does have 2 home runs, but batting 161. Michael Harris is 2 for 11. Those 2 hits are both home runs, batting 182. And Ozuna, want to know why he's in the lineup. He's batting 268 with 3 home runs against Nola. Vaughn Grissom, who is going to be your number 8 hitter. We went over the lineups in the pregame, but just a reminder, Vaughn Grissom is going to be in the lineup today, batting 8th. He's 0 for 3, so a small sample size, and Eddie Rosario is 2 for 11. But all in all, the Braves, 56 of 96. I mean, that's a high batting average. And they should have the upper hand. The biggest question, though, is how many innings can Strider go? We are getting set for first pitch. The Phillies are in their all-white pinstripe uniforms. Braves in the all gray with the Atlanta across the chest and the tomahawk underneath. Hope you're ready. On your mark, get set, go. It's baseball time in Braves country. Here's the first pitch swung on, and it's in the hole past a diving shortstop. Stott could not make the play. The ball took a funny hop and kicked wide, and it's a leadoff single for Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna steps on first, looks towards the dugout, which is over on the third base side for Atlanta today, and does the chop. Boehm probably should have had that ball. It hopped right over his glove, but he was on the run, so I can't imagine they're going to mark that as an error. So a leadoff single for Acuna. And that'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby batting 277, 25 home runs on the year. The first pitch to Swanson is right there for a strike, taken all the way. It's 0-1. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. Appreciate you tuning in here on a Friday evening. If you haven't tuned in before, we're here every Tuesday and Friday throughout the season. We'll be bringing you pitch by pitch throughout the playoffs. The 0-1 pitch as Aaron Nola looks back, kicks and deals, and it's a curveball swung on and popped up. Not very deep. Shallow left center. The shortstop Stott will grab it, and there's one away. Dansby Swanson just got underneath that pitch. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the first inning, Ronald Acuna Jr. leads off of first base. Once again, your batting order is Acuna, Dansby, Olson, Riley, Darnode, Michael Harris II, Ozuna at the DH, Grissom playing second tonight, and Rosario in left and batting ninth. Matt Olson, the big left-hander, stands in. Righty-lefty matchup. Nola kicks it over to first to try to keep Acuna close by. We'll start it up again. Beautiful night here in Philadelphia. Bit of a cool night, but not anything out of the ordinary. And they're not expecting any rain. First pitch on the way to Olson, swung on and miss, and it's a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Matt Olson's come up big in the first two games of his playoff career here with the Atlanta Braves. Hit a 3-run shot in game 1 and got the game-winning RBI in game 2. 1 on, 1 out, top of the first inning. The 0-1 pitch off the edge and little wide, but called for a strike, and it's 0-1. 0-2, excuse me. Bill Miller is your home plate umpire, and more on him in 1 second as I looked up his statistics, and they are not good. Really surprised Bill Miller is starting a playoff game behind the plate. The 0-2 pitch goes. Nola's going to turn around and flip it back over to first to keep Acuna close by. We'll do it again. Bill Miller is the leader of the MLB umpire union, which might have a lot to do with why he gets this duty. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and rifled down the line, but foul. An absolute missile hit by Olson. Looked like the knuckle curve, and we'll do it again. At 0-2. Bill Miller, real quick on his statistics. He is 56th in accuracy behind home plate. So 56th in accuracy behind home plate. There's about 92 regular umpires in Major League Baseball, 97 altogether. That tells you right there that it's not a very consistent. He tends to call them east and west wide, pretty consistent north and south. The 0-2 pitch, fastball high and away, and it's 1-2. So hopefully I'm sure the Braves are aware of that, and hopefully they'll keep that in mind when they're at home plate, that you can't really rely on with 2 strikes for Bill Miller to be consistent. The Philadelphia Phillies are in a full shift. Stott is close to the second base bag, but that's it. The 1-2 pitch misses outside, ball 2. It's 2-2. You've got Segura, Bohm, and Rhys Hoskins all on the right side of the infield, well wide of second base. Stott is close enough to be able to turn 2, but there's a huge hole down the line. The 2-2 pitch is Real Muto, sets up outside. Here's the delivery, swung on and fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. We're just getting started here live Friday afternoon. Great way to start your weekend. There was one other game in Major League Baseball today is the rain out. I knew I was going to do that. Guardians and Yankees, they are tied up in the 9th. Nola flips it back over to first, keeping Acuna close. Acuna definitely has his attention. Philadelphia Phillies have not hosted a game in this park since 2011. They have not been home in over 18 days. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 3-2. So you can imagine the fan base is fired up and ready to roll. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4. Matt Olson works a 7-pitch walk, a full count, and Olson will head down to first. We've got something cooking in Braves country. So back to that scoreboard real quick, the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. Cleveland and New York, they are tied at 2 apiece in the bottom of the 9th. That is game 2 of their series as they were rained out last night, and they will not have a day off the rest of the way, a planned day off. Of course, rain and whatnot could always affect that. This will bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley's 1 for 8 in the series, RBI, 3 strikeouts, a walk. Runners on first and second and 1 away. And here's the first pitch to Riley. Swing on and hit hard over to third, but it's going to be a tailor-made 5, 4, 3, double. No, he beats it out. Austin Riley with the photo finish, hustling down the line, and the Braves stay alive here in the top of the first. Bohm got it out of his glove pretty quickly, and Segura, a good defensive second baseman, got it out, got the ball out and on its way very quickly, but Riley just beat it out by about a quarter step. So that's going to bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate, and Travis d'Arnaud, who we mentioned has struggled against Aaron Nola lifetime. He does have 2 home runs, and he is a pesky hitter with 2 outs. Braves trying to crack on top first. 0-0. Runners on the corners, 2 away. The first pitch on the way, and it's a fastball on the outer edge. Just kisses the black. It's 0-1. Nola looks into Real Muto. No real threat to steal, so he can focus on the batters. Here's the 0-1 pitch outside, high and wide, top shelf misses, and it evens up the count at 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, a 1-1 pitch. The 15th of the inning. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed. Fastball got him the top of the zone. And it's 1-2. So Travis d'Arnaud down to his last strike. Braves trying to find a way to crack through here on the scoreboard. Standing room only in Philadelphia. The fans are waving their towels. They're trying to root Nola through this first inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and sawed off down the line, but plenty foul. It'll get into the right field stands. Down the right field line. We'll do it again. The day game tomorrow, I would tend to think Travis d'Arnaud may get the night off tomorrow unless they put him at the DH role. I would tend to think that Contreras will be behind the plate, but you'll never know when it's playoff baseball. The 1-2 pitch swung on and dribbled back to the mound, a comebacker, and that'll end the inning. A 1-3 put out. The Braves fail to score. They do threaten. We'll head to the bottom of the first, 0-0 in Philadelphia.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
But beware, my friend, and let me warn you
They're thinking of taking a bumps to California. Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some love. Don't let them leave our premises. LA will be their nemesis, but Brooklyn fits the Dodgers like a glove.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Three big leagues, the National League, the Players League, and the Old Beer and Whiskey League, simply proved too many. Attendance dipped dangerously low for everyone. By the end of the 1890 season, the league had lost more than $340,000, more than its investors could endure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves tied up 0-0. The series tied up 1-1. As we head to the bottom of the first inning, it'll be Kyle Schwarber, Rhys Hoskins, JT Realmuto, and Bryce Harper if anybody gets on. They'll be followed by Castellanos, Alec Boehm, Brandon Marsh, Jean Segura, and Stott, Bryson Stott, the number 9 hitter. The Braves defense will fan out like this in the outfield from left to right. Rosario, Michael Harris II, and Acuna in right. Around the horn from third to first will be Riley, Dansby Swanson, Vaughn Grissom, and Matt Olson. Darnold's behind the plate, and the much awaited resurgence of Mr. Spencer Strider. He's on the mound. Here's the first pitch from the stash, and it's a fastball top of the zone, swung on and missed. 98 miles an hour, blew it right by him, and it's 0-1. Good to see some familiar faces. I see Garrett chiming in. Yeah, that's miserable being stuck at work. I can feel you. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. 99 miles an hour, top of the zone again. It's 0-2. Kyle Schwarber, 0 for 16 in the postseason. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to be a soft liner to shortstop. Dansby hops, but probably didn't need to. He'll make the catch, and it's L6 in your box score and 1 away. Spencer Strider, talked about it in the pregame show. They don't know what they can expect from him. The best case scenario would sneak into the 4th or 5th inning. The realistic possibility is 2 to 3 innings. He has not thrown an actual game since September 18th. First pitch on the way to Hoskins, misses high in the zone, look like the slider that misses, and it's 1-0. So that's almost a month. All he's done on the side is bullpens. He has not done a simulated game. The 1-0 pitch, slider right there, top shelf outer edge, and it's evens up the count at 1-1. So though he's got the stuff, and Snitker mentioned it in the pregame, that Strider, as the 1-1 pitch is rifled off foul 97 miles an hour right down Main Street, and it's 1-2. Though Strider, in his heart of hearts, thinks he's going 9, what's realistic is probably about half that. if we're lucky. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike three. Yak 'em straight cheese right past Hoskins, and there's one away. Now, when you see a guy come out firing on all cylinders like this, all you can think of is this is why we needed him, and this is why he needs to go deep into the game. But they're probably going to try to get through this game with kid gloves. When you look at the big picture and Atlanta trying to go all the way again, they're going to need Strider for a deep postseason run. We all know the last thing you want is Jake Odorizzi pitching a meaningful game in the NLCS. First pitch on the way to Real Muto is a fastball, misses high in the zone, and it's 1-0, 99 miles an hour on the gun. Now, with that being said, you got to get there first, right? And we understand that, but it's not going to do you any good if Strider gets hurt. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 98 dot in the top of the zone, just under the hands, and it's 1-1. Cleveland has taken a 3-2 lead in New York. That game is in the 10th inning, the top of the 10th. We'll keep you posted on that. The 1-1 fastball right there. JT did not move. It's 1-2. So tomorrow the game is at 2:00 Eastern. I know, another early start. Guess the only good thing about that is you get done with that game and you got some college football to watch. The 1-2 pitch misses outside and it's 2-2. Considering how the Braves play in day games, I would much prefer that it was a night game tomorrow night, but we'll just have to deal with it. They are expecting good weather both today and tomorrow in Philadelphia. The 2-2 slider misses in the dirt, taken for a ball, and it's a full count to JT Real Muto. Bryce Harper is standing on deck. A full count. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, popped up. Will it stay in play? Darno gives chase and just bends foul past the screen. We'll do it again at 3-2. Tomorrow, I see the comment 478 Gaming. I appreciate you tuning in. Please like and subscribe. We're here every single Tuesday and Friday throughout the season and every playoff pitch. We know a lot of folks can't necessarily see the game or hear the game wherever they're at, especially those overseas. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike three. Yak 'em. Set him down, Joe. His fingers is so. We'll head to the top of the second inning. The Braves will grab the bats and hopefully some runs.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
Dodgers left and puts it way downfield for Brett Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. It's 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out. He's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. He's in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league. Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss is off the pass, and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
John Montgomery Ward's brotherhood was crushed, and the reserve clause remained firmly in place. The players were even more powerless than they had been before. Albert Goodwill Spaulding's National League swallowed up both its rivals, and now, swollen to 12 teams, held a monopoly on Major League Baseball.
The Players' League is deader than the proverbial doornail. When the spring comes and the grass is green upon the last resting place of anarchy, the national agreement will rise again in all its weight and restore to America, in all its purity, its national pastime, a great game of baseball. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee bringing you the action today. The Braves and Phillies are scoreless as we head to the top of the second inning. Update in the Bronx. Cleveland is still batting and they are up 3-2. That game is in the 10th inning. They would tie that series up. And then tomorrow they're heading to Cleveland. And here's the funny thing. Saw this morning. Forgive me, I don't remember the name of the bugs, but if you watch the 2007 AL playoffs and you remember Jabba Chamberlain of New York Yankees getting chased by all those bugs in Cleveland, and they were like little tiny gnats or whatever, almost like locusts, like the way they swarm. They only come around every so often. As Michael Harris steps to the plate, and the first pitch is a fastball on the outer edge, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Harris 0 for 7 in the series, but he's got to hit a couple of balls fairly hard so far. The 0-1 pitch on the way, down right there below the knees, calls it a low strike, and it's 0-2. Those bugs in 07, they come around every 6 or 7 years, whatever it is. They're back in Cleveland right now as we speak. So that could be a factor tomorrow night. The 0-2 pitch from Nola. Fastball off the edge, low below the knees. But Bill Miller calls a wide low strike, and he's caught looking for out number 1. Pitch was definitely off the plate. Decent frame job by JT Realmuto, but Bill Miller's got to do better. That'll be the first out of the inning. And that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, who's hit some balls pretty well of recent, has struggled from time to time this year. He takes the first pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-0. Like I said earlier, he's 268 lifetime versus Nola with 3 home runs, 11 for 41. So you've seen him quite a bit. The 1-0 pitch to Ozuna, swung on and missed, went fishing for a curveball that dove off the plate, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 2. He is waving and flailing at that curveball that's darting off the edge of the plate. It's a sharp curveball. Ozuna couldn't hit that thing with an oar. It's starting on the outer edge of the plate and is diving into the left-handed batter's box. And Ozuna kind of pulls anyways. The 1-2 pitch. Will he see it again? He does, strike 3, and he got him. So Ozuna, who's had some success with Nola, doesn't even look like that he knows where the ball is going, and there's 2 away. I was a little surprised when I saw that Ozuna was back in the lineup again. I thought we would see Contreras at the DH position because they've kind of been going back and forth with him. But when I saw the numbers with Ozuna, I kind of got it, but he's got to put better at-bats together to stay in the lineup. First pitch on the way to Grissom is a curveball, swung on and missed, down below the knees, out of the zone. It's 0-1. Now, Grissom, this is only the 4th time he has seen him lifetime. Vaughn Grissom's 0 for 1 in the series with a strikeout. The 0-1 pitch to Grissom, taken right there for a strike. Inner edge, looked like the sinker that dove inside, and it's 0-2. Philly faithful are coming to their feet every time Nola has 2 strikes on a batter. So they are into this game big time. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Another curveball in the left-handed batter's box. And that'll end the inning. So we'll go ahead and head to break. When we come back, the Atlanta Braves will try to shut down the Phillies again. Bryce Harper's coming to the plate.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago.
You still might take him to the Sonics game. This stinks. This is total BS. This is. Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my assorted tape? This is total. Got it. Because he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire broadcast.
Yes. And
Okay.
teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers, and we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn. And there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this. And he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name. Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. It's 0-0, bottom of the second inning. Yeah, I agree with that comment. I believe that Snit, I believe the guys know what they're doing, but from what I see, Contreras puts much better at bats together. First pitch on the way to Harper from Strider is a fastball, top of the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Bryce Harper, hitting 429 in the postseason. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Fastball misses high over the plate, but about eye high, and it's 1-1. Cleveland has taken a 4-2 lead. They're in the top of the 10th inning in New York. Strider looks into Darno, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike two. And it's 1-2. Bryce Harper, though, batting 429 in the series. He's 0 for 4 lifetime against Strider. Of course, that's a small sample size. Spencer Strider looks in. He'll kick and deal, and swung on and fouled back. 99-mile-an-hour fastball that goes straight back to the screen. We'll do it again at 1-2. Standing on deck is Nick Castellanos. Braves 0, Philly 0. Bottom of the second inning. Game 3 of the NLDS. The 1-2 swung on and fouls it back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Harper is definitely timing the fastball. He just hasn't squared it up yet. But when you see a good power hitter like Harper hit 2 straight back, he's getting close to timing it up. The 1-2 pitch from Strider, swung on and missed, strike 3. And it was a slider, a diving slider down below the ankles. Good pitch selection. And there's one away. Call that a slider, but I'll tell you what, it's like a very fast moving curveball, because it had basically 1-7 action on the clock and went diving down below the ankles. It's almost self-defense at that point. Nick Castellanos, who's 3 for 8 in the series, steps in. The first pitch on the way is a fastball swung on and missed on the inner part of the plate just inside, and it's 0-1. Strider definitely has his velocity. He's averaging up around 98 miles an hour each throw. The 0-1 swung on and fouled back. 99 on the outer part of the plate. It's 0-2. Later on tonight, Dodgers and Padres. That game is in San Diego, and they are tied up as the Padres even up the series the other night after Atlanta's game. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play over the first base dugout. We'll do it again. If that game does not interest you and you're looking for something to watch later on tonight, last night, instead of that terrible NFL Thursday night game, me and my wife checked out Facing Nolan on Netflix, and that was a phenomenal documentary about Nolan Ryan. The 0-2 pitch swung on and popped up, just got a piece of it, but it'll die into right field into Acuna's glove for the second out. I think Strider and Acuna both thought that was the last out of the inning. Acuna was saying something to the fans in a mocking way and was jogging off the field, and Strider was heading towards the dugout as well. But that is just 2 outs. And that will bring Alec Bohm to the plate. Alec Bohm, the one guy on the Phillies roster who has a batting average, a respectable batting average against Strider, takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. He's 3 for 9 for a 333 clip. The 0-1 pitch, fastball misses outside wide. It's 1-1. Yeah, the thing on Contreras, the only thing I can think of is that they're planning on having Contreras behind the plate early tomorrow afternoon, and they don't want him going back to back, but I don't know. He's a young man. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt. Did he go around? They're going to say he didn't, and it's 2-1. The Braves, when they come up in the top of the third, will be Rosario Acuna and Dansby Swanson. They'll try to get back on the hit list after Nola struck out the side last inning. The 2-1 delivery from Strider on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 97, top of the zone, and it evens up the count. Cleveland and New York, they have headed to the bottom of the 10th. There's 1 away, and Cleveland does still lead 4-2. Keep you updated on that one. The 2-2 delivery from Strider. Fastball swung on and grounded over to first. Olson's got it. He'll step on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the top of the third. It's scoreless in Philadelphia. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
Armchair.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, we are tied up. And I do apologize. I did not realize in all the excitement that we do not have the scoreboard up over here on the live feed. I had it Cleveland, New York before the game started. So there you go. Atlanta will bring up here in the bottom or top of the third inning. It'll be the left-handed hitter, Eddie Rosario, Acuna, and Dansby Swanson at the top of the order to follow. Aaron Nola struck out the side, the 6, 7, 8 batters. Struggled a bit in the first inning, almost giving up a run. The Braves got runners on the corners, but could not cash in. The first pitch is on the way to Rosario, and he swings at the curveball and grounds it over to second base. It's a shift out with them playing a shallow right field, flips it over to first. And it's a 4-3 put out to start the third. Eddie Rosario, you know, a lot of people do focus on Ozuna, and I understand why, but I'm at the point where I just don't even know why he's in the lineup. I know what he did last year, but he does not put together good at bats. I'd rather see Grossman at least get up there and fight. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is taken for a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. You also tend to get better defense out of Robbie Grossman. Be interesting to see who's starting tomorrow. First pitch on the way, or the 0-1 pitch on the way to Acuna is swung on and hit hard, but right at Bohm, and Bohm makes a terrible throw, and Acuna has to leap over Hoskins. He turns left, has to dive back to first because Hoskins grabs the ball and realizes Acuna could have been called out. Acuna with almost a boneheaded play after a terrible throw by Bohm. He had plenty of time, and it was just it was a bad one hop, although I will say most first basemen are going to say you got to make that catch, but it looked like the ball skipped off the lip. So it wasn't a normal hop off the clay. And Acuna kind of one hopped over Hoskins, and as opposed to just stopping when he got to first, because it was obvious the ball wasn't going to go very far, he just turned to second, not thinking it was almost out. But instead, we get a first pitch to Swanson with a runner on first, and he grounds it back towards the pitcher, but it ends up kicking foul, and it's 0-1. So maybe a break for the Braves there. That could have been a disaster. It is a final in New York. The Cleveland Guardians have tied up the New York Yankees 1-1 in that series. They'll head to Ohio tomorrow. It's a quadruple header for Major League Baseball, and the Braves are the first game at 2 p.m. Eastern. The 0-1 pitch to Swanson is fouled back against the screen. It's 0-2. Swanson's putting good at bats on, but you can tell he's just not quite in the groove yet. The Braves can get him and Riley out of their slump. This offense could take off. Kind of reminds me of that first series against Milwaukee last year where they had such a hard time scoring runs, but found a way to win that series and then caught fire the rest of the way. The 0-2 pitch inside, taken for a ball. Good take by Dansby. And it's 1-2. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the third inning, 1 on, 1 out, a 1-2 count. And they're going to flip it back over to first to keep an eye on Acuna. We'll reset here. Atlanta would love to get the early lead here on the road. Of course, anything in the gap might score. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. Good take. That hard changeup by Nola just missed below the knees, the inside part of the plate. It's evened up the count at 2-2. So now the wheels are turning. You got runner on first with one away. Speed on the base paths. A 2-2 pitch. Here's the delivery. Swung on and hit high, but not very deep into center field. Underneath it is Brandon Marsh. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. So 2 outs with 1 on, and that will bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, who has great career numbers in Philadelphia. Atlanta trying to crack the scoreboard. Nothing is your score. And here comes Olson. He steps in. The first pitch on the way is outside, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. One on, 2 away. The power bat of Matt Olson standing at home plate. And here's the pitch. He'll kick and deal and swung on, popped up. A can of corn in the infield. Underneath it is the shortstop. He has to climb the mound. Actually, that's Bohm, the third baseman, playing from the shortstop position. Makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten, but fail to cash in. We'll head to the bottom of the third. It's scoreless in Pennsylvania.
The Bears. The Bears.
Thirsty Thursdays. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. He had been the finest pitcher of the 1870s. He learned his baseball from Harry Wright, who had paid him $1,500 a year to pitch for the Boston Red Stockings. In 1876, he left Boston for Chicago, lured by William Hulbert's offer of a $500 raise and 25% of the gate. But Spaulding had still bigger things in mind. At age 27, he stopped pitching entirely to become a full-time promoter of baseball and himself.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, it's 0-0 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. I'm sorry, bottom of the third inning. And Spencer Strider's looked phenomenal. That's the good news. The bad news is we don't know how long they're going to let him pitch. He is back out there to go to work here in the third inning, but they talked about having a pitch count in mind. It also might have to do with a frame count, how many times he'll get up and down. So he comes back from injury from September 18th. First pitch on the way is a fastball, misses high and wide, and it's 1-0. Spencer Strider, by the way, is at 30 pitches on the afternoon. The 1-0 pitch from Spencer misses high and wide. Again, it's 2-0, 97 miles an hour. So not an abnormal amount of pitches in that first couple of innings, but he's at that pace where you got to figure 4, maybe 5 innings. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses high, ball 3-0. 3 pitches that have missed high out of the zone. And there is some rumbling in the Braves bullpen. So we'll see how long they let him go. Charlie Morton set to pitch tomorrow. The 3-0. Fastball misses outside, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to start the inning. And Jean Segura comes to the plate. Braves 0, Philly 0. Jean Segura, the number 8 hitter, and then Stott, the number 9 hitter, is on deck. They keep it going, the top of the order to bend around. So here's the first pitch from Strider. Fastball misses high again. Ball 5, essentially. All 5 fastballs high and out of the zone. Spencer Strider not finding the strike zone at all. The Philly faithful are standing and cheering, trying to rattle him. The 1-0 pitch, top of the zone, called for a strike. It was a slider, and it hung there. It's 1-1. Put in a tough spot, Spencer Strider pitching on the road. First time in almost a month in a hostile environment. The 1-1 swung on and missed, strike 2. It's 1-2. This is another reason why I was a little surprised when they released the pitching rotation. I thought you would get Kyle Wright on the road just because of the environment, the rookie, etc. But this is the route we took. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Had to dive out over there to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. If there is a game 5, it would be Max Fried versus Ranger Suarez, but of course all hands would be on deck. I don't believe with just a 1-day rest, 1 day in between now and game 5, I don't believe Strider would be in that mix, but everyone else would be. The 1-2 pitch, curveball. Did he go around? He did not, they're going to say, and it evens up the count at 2-2. So runner on first, nobody out. Jean Segura worked it back to a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch from Strider. He'll kick and deal, and the slider's well off the plate. It's 3-2. And now he's worked his pitch count up to almost 40, and you do wonder what the what the end all be all will be. They may have it where Strider's only going to see the batting order one time through. Just don't know what's on Snitker's mind. Full count offering, swung on and fouled back. Got bailed out there. That fastball was out of the zone, and it's 3-2. Segura's definitely not catching up with that fastball. If he can throw it for a strike, you'd think that's where they continue to go. He's laid off the off-speed pitches out of the zone. The left-handed hitter Stott is on deck, and he's had some big hits this year. The 3-2 swung on and missed strike 3. The best slider he has thrown all game long gets him. Dove all the way through the zone and fell off the table, almost like a 1-7, 2-8 curveball. So 1 on and 1 away, and that'll bring Stott to the plate. Another big at bat here. The lead run is on. The first pitch to Stott is well off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Thank you for the shout out, Sarah. We appreciate it here at Braves Country. The 1-0, 1 on, 1 out. Fastball right there on the outer edge, just kisses the black, and it's 1-1. Good pitch by the Strider. Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, has definitely been giving that outer edge. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball right down the Main Street, taken all the way, and it's 1-2. The 1-2, 1 on, 1 out. Strider kicks it over to first, and the ball's going to get away. Marsh is going to get into scoring position, and he is going to try to make it to third, and he makes it to third. They had a hard time of getting a hold of that ball. Big foul territory area, and Olsen is slow as molasses. Took him forever to get the ball. And a bad throw to first base puts a runner in scoring position. He threw it into the ground, and Olsen just does not have the wheels. By the time he got it and threw against his body, Riley juggled the ball a little bit, but I don't think it would have mattered. Marsh, obviously, with good speed, being a center fielder. He went first to third. If Riley gets that on the quick snap, he might have a chance, and that's probably what led to him bobbling that, because he knew his only chance was to have a quick Olay tag. So the 1-2 misses outside. It's 2-2. So you got a runner on first with just 1 away. Infield creeps in. The 2-2 pitch to Bryson Stott, swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again. 97 miles an hour, top shelf outer edge. It's 2-2. Big error by the Braves. That error will be charged to Spencer Strider. Braves are playing all the way in. They have to with the speed of Marsh. The 2-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it, bangs it foul towards the dugout. Runner on third, just 1 out. the wheels of Marsh and Bryson Stott. Lefty-righty matchup. Spencer Strider kicks and deals and swung on and fouls it back. 97 miles outer edge. We'll do it again at 2-2. Of course, he could pull the string on that slider at any point. But you got to almost figure he's going to make him beat him with his fastball at this point. He hasn't caught up with it much. You don't want him to be able to hit anything hard on the ground or far in the air. The 2-2 swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 2-2. At this point, Stott is just kind of slapping the ball, almost like Brandon Nimmo type of the Mets, where you can tell it's not a full-hearted swing because he's trying not to strike out. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Heel kick and deal swung on. That ball is hammered down the right field line. That is going to score a run. Stott's going to round first and head to second. The Phillies lead it 1-0 with a 1-out double. Strider went to the slider. After 7 straight fastballs where he could not catch up, they went to the slider, sped his bat up, and they end up with the double. I've never understood why pitchers with that kind of stuff. And I know they're just trying to outsmart him, but it was very obvious that Stott could not catch up with that pitch. So you got to turn the page on that, but you hate seeing it, especially when Stott had no chance of getting a base hit against the fastball. That'll bring the top of the order to the plate. They're going to come out and talk to Spencer Strider, try to calm him down a bit, probably try to gauge where he's at. He's at 50 pitches now. Dylan Lee is working up in the bullpen. So what you have to figure is if this inning were to go on, there's no way he's going to face Bryce Harper. They are going to automatically walk Kyle Schwarber. And I know that sounds a little strange, but I kind of understand it. Trying to set up a double play. It's a little strange, though. I want to defend it, but you're only down 1. It's the 3rd inning, and you just added another run onto the bases. You've also brought Bryce Harper a little closer in the order, but we'll see how it turns out. Maybe they can get a double play. Maybe they can get a couple of strikeouts. First pitch on the way to Hoskins is a swung on, and that ball's gone. He took it deep and slammed the bat into the on deck circle. It's 4-0 Philadelphia. A fastball, and he just absolutely scorched it. And once again, I really thought it was strange that they were doing that. Just a bad decision by the Braves bench. Not to say that he wouldn't get a home run anyways, but you added a run to the base. Just a really, really strange decision by Snitker. So it's 4-0. We got to get up off the mat here. There's still a lot of baseball to go, and the Phillies bullpen is absolute garbage. So we have a chance to make the run, don't we? We just got to get to Nola. When you don't score in the first inning, those types of things tend to haunt you. But still a long way to go, and Atlanta can score in a bunches. First pitch on the way to Real Muto swung on and hit hard into the outfield, a slider that he pulled through the 5-6 hole And there's one on, one out, and I would tend to guess that's going to be Strider's last batter. Spencer Strider, who pitched dominant the first 2 innings. I think he just got rattled. I really don't think it's his stuff. I think he got rattled, and that happens to the young guys in the playoffs. Hopefully he'll live to pitch again later on this season. If not, this game will haunt him all off season. They are going to go ahead and pull Spencer Strider. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, Dylan Lee will come in to face Bryce Harper and Castellanos. Braves trail 4-0, but it's only in the 3rd inning.
Hitting, it's not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity V in relation to the trajectory T, in which G, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
You want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
In 6 games.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis was brought in as an authority figure, someone who looked the part. That's great granite face, shock of white hair. Looked like Jupiter in a very bad mood.
Born in Millville, Ohio, Landis was named for the Civil War battlefield on which his father had lost his leg. As a judge, he had once sentenced an aging bank robber to 15 years in jail. Your Honor, the man said, I'm 72 years old. I can't serve that long. Landis replied, well, do the best you can.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Reese Hoskins just made it a 4-0 game with a 3-run blast. And the Philly bullpen is what the Braves will try to get into. These are the only teams with the worse bullpen than Philadelphia this year. Colorado, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Boston, Arizona, and the Oakland A's. None of those teams made the playoffs. So the Braves got to find a way to climb back in. If not, they'll be down 2-1 with Charlie Morton on the mound tomorrow. Still a long way to go. Dylan Lee comes into the game. And the first pitch by Lee is swung on, and then he gave up a tater. That ball is gone, and it's 6-0 Philadelphia. Braves are absolutely getting bum rushed. This feels like Game 5 of the 2005 NLDS. It's 6-0 Philadelphia. .401 feet. Wasn't a long home run, but it was a high one. Bryce Harper, you knew he was happy to see Strider come out of the game. Dylan Lee, of course, he's the front end of the bullpen. Don't expect the Braves trailing 6-0 for them to use any of their big dogs unless they climb back into this game. There's not much of a chance that you'll see the back end of the bullpen. They'll save all that for tomorrow. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is roped into left field, and Dylan Lee has thrown 2 pitches, and he's given up a home run and a single. There's 1 on and 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. The good news is tomorrow, it was most likely going to be Kyle Gibson on the mound for the Phillies, unless Philly goes to a bullpen game. Either way, advantage Atlanta, because we will have Charlie Morton, who has big game, has playoff experience. But I wouldn't say it's quite over yet, because sometimes when a pitcher sits on the bench, as long as Nola has, sometimes he can come back a little cold. We'll see if we can cut into this lead. We got to get him out first, though. Here's the first pitch on the way to Bohm, and Lee misses the zone altogether, and it's 1-0. Philadelphia 6, Atlanta nothing. Still just the bottom of the 3rd inning. Remember last weekend, an 8-1 lead was blown by the home team in the playoffs. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped up, easily playable. Underneath it is Grissom. It's 2 away. You do feel like all Atlanta's got to do is find a way to win one of these. So if they can get it back to Atlanta on Sunday, I'd be shocked if Max Fried has as bad a game 5 as he did a game 1. So that'll bring Marsh back to the plate, and Marsh takes the first pitch for a strike. And it's 0-1. Brandon Marsh got the whole thing going. He got on the top of this at the beginning of this inning, and an errant throw by Strider towards first kind of opened up the floodgates, and I think got him a little rattled. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Slider misses down away, but he went fishing, and it's 0-2. And you get a young kid like Strider, as good as he is and as dominant as he's been, he's had some hiccups, and this is about as big as you can get for a young player. The 0-2 swung on and fouled back. Do it again. It's 0-2. Game 4 is tomorrow, 2:00 Eastern. Though the Braves have not fared well in day games, it's not as quick a turnaround as normal. Normally, when the Braves have played poorly in day games, they've played a late game in the evening and then turn around and play at 12, 12:30, etc. The 0-2 swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 0-2. I do believe Charlie Morton will step up and have a big game tomorrow. Charlie Morton, it's one of the reasons why you go out and you get a veteran like that. And the Braves will definitely have to lean on the bullpen. But if they were to lose this game, I sincerely believe that Atlanta will put it together tomorrow. We'll end up in Atlanta on Sunday. The 0-2 pitch misses outside, and it's 1-2. Got to suspect Dylan Lee is going to be asked to go a few innings. Jackson Stevens, unless the Braves offense can climb back into this. You got to be able to keep Jansen. And as we talk, Jake Odorizzi is warming up. The 1-2 fouled back. We'll do it again at 1-2. That's another thing that you can do there with Odorizzi, is you can just throw him out there, and he's a starting pitcher. He's fairly stretched out. I know he hasn't pitched in about a week or so, but he could go out there and give you 5-6 innings. And if the Braves don't bring it back, it's a valuable commodity to be out there, use the entire bullpen, because you're going to have to use tomorrow and Sunday. There is no off day. but you like to put some pressure on them so they have to use their pen tonight. The 1-2 down below the knees, misses. Fastball 94 miles an hour, well below the zone. And it's 2-2. Got to figure Lee is going to be lifted after this inning, and they'll put Odorizzi in and just see how the game goes. The 2-2 pitch with 1 on and 2 away. Here's the pitch swung on and hit high, but it's a can of corn over to Dansby Swanson. He'll make the catch, and the Braves are mercifully out of the inning. Philadelphia bullpen may not be great, but their bats sure are, and Aaron Nola's been great as well. We'll head to the top of the 4th and see if we can get a crack in his armor. The Braves trail by 6.
Look, you and your mom have a bad history, and neither of you can nurture the other's self-esteem because you've both been damaged by past criticism and shame. Are you okay? I'm working half days, so I watch a lot of Donahue.
Hey, football fans. The Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Well, Memorial Day has come and gone. Tomorrow, matter of fact, is June 1st. We just showed you the NL East standings. You don't need me to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The NL East is over. That's right. It's a wrap. No one is touching the Mets. Tweet me the hate all you want about the Jinx. Nonsense. The Mets will be National League Eastern Division champs, and I don't even think the Braves are going to challenge them. The Phils, please, you've seen them. What are you worried about, Mets fans? The Mets are only going to get better, and even if the Braves do turn it around, it will be too late. The NL East is over.
Is the NL East still over?
Well, look, I mean, yeah, the NL East is unfortunately over now. It's just the wrong team here. And I definitely owe the Braves an apology for not taking them as seriously as I should have. They are the champs until proven otherwise. And it was never really about the Braves. It was about the Mets. I believed in this Mets team. They're good for sure, but not good enough. And there are plenty of reasons why the Mets lost this division outside of this weekend. But the NL East is over, and it belongs to the Braves yet again.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to the Braves Country Baseball. We are heading to the top of the 4th inning. Atlanta trails by 6. Still a long way to go. No such thing as a 6-run home run, so we just got to try to chip away here. And I think the biggest thing would be to get into the bullpen and at least wear them out. As I mentioned it last half inning, but there is no off day this weekend. So you got to pitch Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Atlanta with just 1 hit so far. First pitch on the way to Riley from Nola is hammered down the line, but foul, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Nola. He kicks and deals and misses below the knees. It's 1-1. Braves had an opportunity to score. Top of the 1st inning. Had runners on the corners and 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch. Misses wide, ball 2. It's 2-1. Travis d'Arnaud could not get anyone in. And I do think Strider, I think the pressure just got to him. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep. Back just as he reaches the warning track. Making the catch is Marsh, and there's one away. Austin Riley gave it a ride. I'll tell you what, in a lot of stadiums, that's probably off the wall, but they've got that indention in Philadelphia. Padres and Dodgers, they're knotted up at 1 apiece too. They're in San Diego tonight and tomorrow. First pitch on the way to Darnode is a swing and a miss. Curveball misses off the edge. It's 0-1. Darnode gets set. The 0-1 pitch, fastball outer edge, and called it a ball. It's 1-1. We'll take it, but that ball was definitely right there on the plate. The 1-1 pitch from Nola. Down below the knees, curveball misses, and it's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. We'll see what this Braves team is made of. The 2-1 pitch swung on and rifled down the left field line. That's going to get to the wall, and Travis Darnode will have a 1-out double. Let's go, Braves country, in the top of the 4th. We'll see what this team is made of, and I think we all believe that they're fighters. Remember, this team was 10.5 back of the Mets, and all they have to do is win 1 game in Philadelphia. But they've got 6 innings here and at least 9 tomorrow to get themselves back to Atlanta in a winner-take-all Game 5, which will be at 4:30. They have released that. It'll be at 4:30 Sunday. We will have the game. First pitch on the way to Harris is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. This also might loosen up some of the guys in this game and get them some good swings on the bat. Who knows? It might open up the offense a little bit. And it's still way too early to give up on this. The 1-0 pitch to Harris right there for a strike. Bugs Bunny changeup at the knees, and it's 1-1. Nola, if you're wondering, is at 47 pitches with 1 out here in the 4th. So he's got good pitch count so far. The 1-1 off the plate outside. It's 2-1. Seems like when Bill Miller gives the wide strike, it has to be low and outside. He doesn't tend to give as many high and outside strikes. Nola looks in, runner on second, 1 away. The 2-1 delivery to MH2, swung on and rifled down out of play. Foul, 94 miles an hour, outer edge, and it evens up the count. Standing on deck is Ozuna. You would love to just see him get 1 run in this inning just to start to try to chip away. So we know this Braves team can score in bunches. The 2-2 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the Phillies dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Ozuna is on deck. Grissom in the hole. They can keep it going. And Rosario would follow. Braves trail 6-0, but a runner in scoring position. Top of the 4th inning. The 2-2 swung on and a comebacker to Nola. He looks the runner back to second, flips it over to first, and there's 2 away. Someone with better speed's going to make it to third base, but no sense of trying to risk it with Darnode. It was a high chopper to the pitcher. He had to wait for it to come down, but Darnode's not going to risk it. I think he probably could have taken it anyways. I doubt, though he got looked back, I doubt Nola tries to throw him out because Nola does not want to open up the floodgates. He just wants to get the outs. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is swung on and missed. Fastball right in his kitchen. It's 0-1. Ozuna struck out last time up and really appeared to be overmatched by the curveball. The 0-1 pitch. Knuckle curve misses inside. It's 1-1. Top of the fourth, 2 outs. Braves coughed up 6 last half inning, so they're trying to climb back into it. The 1-1 delivery to Ozuna on the way. Fastball misses outside. It's 2-1. Good take by Ozuna. That didn't miss by much, maybe an inch or two off the plate. Nola, who had 2 very quick innings in the second and third, laboring a little bit here in the fourth, but his pitch count still fairly low. The 2-1 pitch on the way, and fastball, same location. This time Miller calls it a strike. It's 2-2. Ozuna chirped something back to the home plate umpire. Bill Miller has been as advertised. Not a very good balls and strikes guy. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed strike 3, and the curveball got him. So that'll end the inning. Braves get 1 on, but fail to score. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth, trailing by 6.
Nobody wants a wild card, okay? It doesn't make any sense. We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying. Yes. Let's move on from it. What do you think is happening right now? It doesn't matter. It's good. Okay?
The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
A travesty, really. But it came out that Arnie Rothstein and the rest of them were crooked gamblers and were able to persuade the boys to throw the games, even though some of them, I guess, never got a dime. And they weren't crooks. They weren't farm boys who didn't know anything about finance or anything else.
Baseball is something more than a game to an American boy. It is his training field for life work. Destroy his faith in its squareness and honesty, and you have destroyed something more. You have planted suspicion of all things in his heart. Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to Craftsmanship. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Let's go ahead and hit the dixiehandle.com scoreboard update. The Cleveland Guardians win in New York to beat the Yankees 4-2. Later on tonight, it's Phillies and Padres. That game starts at 8:30 Eastern On the mound, it will be Ian Snell versus Tony Gonsolin. They're in the same boat. Gonsolin has not pitched much for the Dodgers, so they're expecting him to go a few innings. First pitch on the way from Jake Odorizzi, who is now in the game, is a fastball that misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Jake Odorizzi here to do yeoman's work to try to keep the bullpen fresh for tomorrow and hopefully Sunday. If the Braves do not win here, cannot come back. The 1-0 pitch misses high and inside. It's 2-0. I cannot imagine they're going to have Ozuna in the DH role again tomorrow. The 2-0 pitch off the plate wide. It's 3-0. His at-bats here in this series, he is just, especially here tonight against Nola. The 3-0 pitch misses inside, ball 4. So Odorizzi walks his first batter in 4 pitches. You got to look at the fact that, yeah, this is disheartening getting down in this game and possibly being down 2-1. They still got to beat you one more time. You've got Charlie Morton on the mound versus most likely Kyle Gibson. And that is definitely an advantage Atlanta, along with Atlanta's bullpen. First pitch on the way to Stott from Odorizzi. Called for an inside strike, and it's on 1. And then Sunday, it would be Max Fried versus Ranger Suarez. And Max Fried has been so good all year long. You just figure he can't give you 2 consecutive bad starts like that. So I still like our chances, but you didn't want to lay an egg tonight. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Giving chase is Darnode. Making the catch is Riley. And there's one away. Catches it over in foul territory near the Braves dugout. The other thing is Atlanta would love to go and put some pressure on Philadelphia tonight, even if they can't come back, to get that bullpen working, wear them down a little bit. Because the last thing you want to do as a Philadelphia manager is lose a game that you won 6-0. So if they get any kind of heat, they're going to start dumping their guys in their bullpen. And that could give effects not only for tomorrow, but if they have to use their guys back to back to back, not a lot of bullpen guys can go 3 games in a row. First pitch on the way to Schwarber is swung on. That ball's hammered down the right field line into the upper deck, but foul. And it's 0-1. He absolutely crushed that ball, but it was probably 150 feet foul. The 0-1 to Schwarber on the way inside into the dirt. Did that hit Schwarber? They're going to say it did, and he's going to head down to first. Doesn't seem to be much of a argument. Though Walt Weiss does get on the phone to check it. The ball hit the dirt, and then the question is, did it bounce off the dirt and hit the batter? So that'll bring Rhys Hoskins to the plate. Last time Rhys Hoskins came to the plate with 2 on, he slammed one to Pittsburgh. So 2 on, 1 away. Jake Odorizzi here to eat some innings and hopefully keep the Braves close. Keep it in it. Still not quite out of reach yet. First pitch on the way. Good Lord, that ball went in the dirt and over into the batter's box. It's 1-0. Jake Odorizzi has been in the playoffs quite a bit himself. Remember, he came over from Houston. And he worked out of the bullpen. Actually did a pretty good job over the last few years with Houston's bullpen in the playoffs. The 1-0 from Jake, and outer edge called for a strike. Splitter up top, and it's 1-1. They log it as a splitter, but it really reads more like a changeup nowadays. The 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back. That one hung in the zone about knee high. You better be careful with that one. It's 1-2. If he could get that on the ground, it could definitely be a double play ball. And a slow-footed Schwarber is at first. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Hoskins off the plate wide. It's 2-2. Said it in the pregame show, and I felt like Rhys Hoskins was gonna have come in with a chip on his shoulder, and boy, did he ever. Remember, he's the one that let the ball trickle through the infield in game 2 that essentially won the Braves the game. Still think he was getting killed for a play that not an easy play to make. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 2-2. But he responded in a big way. If you're just joining us, they intentionally walked Schwarber to get to Hoskins with one away, runners on first and second, essentially setting up the double play. Still thought it was strange at the time. In the first pitch, he absolutely annihilated into the left field seats. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Fastball, top of the zone. Do it again at 2-2. Odorizzi's fastball is topping out at around 91 miles an hour. And that change splitter, whatever you want to call it, it's about 84. The 2-2 delivery from Hoskins on the way, and fastballs fouled down the line. Do it again at 2-2. Odorizzi, they'd like to get probably, honestly, 3-4 innings out of him tonight. Save that pin for tomorrow. He's going to have to get some outs. The 2-2 pitch. Down below the knees, outside, full count now. I was a little surprised that Bryce Elder was not on the playoff roster. They went with an extra batter and didn't have Elder, and this would have been a perfect opportunity for him to get some playoff experience and eat some innings. Full count on the way. Fastball swung on and missed, and Odorizzi gets a strikeout. A big out here. 2 away in the bottom of the 4th. Dialed a little bit of extra back on that one. 92 on the radar gun. They're not out of the woods yet. JT Realmuto will come to the plate with Bryce Harper standing on deck. Realmuto last time up laced a single into left field that was sandwiched by Hoskins and Harper home runs. First pitch to JT is swung on and missed. They're going to fire it down to second, and coming behind the runner is Grissom. He applies the tag, but they're going to say Segura is just barely safe. That was a sneaky play. And I'll tell you what, Segura was halfway on his way to third, realized what was going on. He did get underneath the tag. But you can't blame Segura because Austin Riley is playing like deep short. There's nobody at third base. The 0-1 pitch swung on and pulled foul. It's 0-2. I think Segura could basically just go over there and jog and take third base if he wants it. They've now changed the defense and now they've gone back to more of a traditional deep infield with Riley over towards third. The 0-2 delivery from Odorizzi swung on and banged foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Due up in the Atlanta fifth inning, it'll be Vaughn Grissom, Eddie Rosario, and then the top of the lineup. The 0-2 pitch from Jake Odorizzi on the way, swung on and fouled back over the first base dugout. We'll do it again. Atlanta, Philadelphia, game 3 of a 5-game series. Philadelphia leads it. The 0-2 pitch from Jake. Whoa! About a 40-foot, we'll call it a cutter or fastball. Luckily, it was a one-hopper right into Darnold's glove. Real Muta, who's also a catcher, gets a laugh at it there with Darnold. I mean, that ball may be halfway to home plate, but luckily did not get away. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back on the track at the wall. Eddie Rosario's underneath it, and we'll get out of the inning. So 2 get on, but nobody scores. We'll head to the top of the 5th. Braves will grab the bats.
Is that the sass we love or the back talk we hate?
Unclear. You know, there's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not sinking.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown. Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. What is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear sir, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves will try to climb back into this game. Coming to the plate will be Vaughn Grissom. Finishing up that DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. tomorrow's games, as we look ahead, got a full slate tomorrow. What a day in sports, by the way. Huge college football day and a quadruple header in Major League Baseball playoffs. The fun will get going here. We're going to start the Armchair Quarterbacks kickoff show at 9:30 tomorrow, 9:30 to noon. And if you do miss it, we're going to replay it for a pregame show 12 to 2 heading into the Braves game. First pitch on the way to Grissom is a called strike right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. Hit him with the sinker. Aaron Nola, 57 pitches into the evening, kicks and fires and swing and a miss, knuckle curve. Braves have not picked that up at all. It's 0-2. Aaron Nola's last several times against the Braves have just been absolutely filthy. We knew this was going to be a tough matchup. We were just hoping for a little bit more out of Strider in the pen. The 0-2 pitch swung on and banged foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. You got to figure if Strider could have made it through the fourth or fifth, somewhere into that area, and the Braves had a puncher's chance, you got to figure you were going to see some Jesse Chavez to try to bridge to the big boys in the pen. But down 6, there was no reason to put him in. The 0-2 pitch, fastball misses outside and away. It's 1-2. Plus, if you are able to climb back into this game, and let's say it goes extra innings, Chavez is the type of arm you're going to need to go lean on. So 1-2 pitch from Nola to Grissom on the way, taken for a strike, called 3. Grissom never took the bat off his shoulders, and the rookie will go take a seat. Tomorrow, Major League Baseball, the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. If it's made of wood, they do it. Go to DixieHandle.com today. Braves and Phillies, 2:07 first pitch. Like I said, we'll do the pregame show, do the replay of the kickoff show at noon. So if you get up a little late and want to get your coffee and get a pregame show talking baseball and a little college football, we'll be here. All times are Eastern. First pitch on the way to Rosario is fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. At 4:00 tomorrow, Mariners versus the Astros. Phillies have not announced their starter, but I would think it's going to be Kyle Gibson. It's who they've gone to all year long, but we'll see what they decide. Mariners and Astros. At 4:00, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and popped up. Easily playable by the center fielder Marsh. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. Astros and Mariners, that game's going to be 4:00, and it'll be McCullers versus Kirby. Then 7:30 tomorrow night, Yankees and Guardians, Severino versus McKenzie. And then the late tilt, Tyler Anderson is set to face Musgrove. Of course, if the Padres find a way to win tonight, that would be an elimination game for the Dodgers as well on the road. So they're kind of in the same boat we are heading into today. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is a curveball that misses off the plate wide, and it's 1-0. Acuna is 1 for 2 on the day. He hit a single to start the game. Sunday's action. The 1-0 pitch off the plate and out of the zone, but called for a strike by Bill Miller, and it's 1-1. Same pitch, same exact location. Looking at it here on Pitch Track right now. He called 1 a ball and 1 a strike. This guy is unbelievable. About the 5th or 6th time I've seen him this year. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Pitch went to the same area, and I'm sure Acuna felt like he had to swing at it. If you're going to call that garbage a strike, there's really no chance of beating this guy. 1-2 pitch. On the way, 2 outs. Curveball goes down. Did he go around? He did not. It's 2-2. Sunday's games, Astros and Mariners, has been set for 3 o'clock. And we now know Yankees Guardians will take place on Sunday. There will be no sweep. That would be game 4 of their series. So I would think that is probably the night game. And what was originally released a little while ago, the 2-2 pitch is swung on and hit hard over to third, but right at Bohm, he'll throw it across the diamond and get Acuna by about a step, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Braves trail 6-0.
Emotional, damn it.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Make 2021 your year. Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Mike Kelly was the trickiest player who ever handled a baseball. There was nothing he would not attempt. Baseball rules were never made for Kel. The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Speaking of the bullpens, if you look at the statistics for the 2022 season, you want to know the best ERA bullpens. So we've got 8 teams left in baseball. The top 6 bullpens are all left in the playoffs. Seattle, Cleveland, Atlanta, New York, Los Angeles, and Houston. As Bryce Harper comes to the mound, and the first pitch by Odorizzi is swung on and popped up. Sky high can of corn. Olson's underneath it, calls off Grissom, and there's one away. San Diego is not that far behind. They are, well, let me take that back. They are just above, they're just outside the top 10. Looks like they sit at number 12. Then you got Philadelphia's bullpen all the way down towards the bottom. Only 7 bullpens worse than Philadelphia. So the point being, if you're a Braves fan and you're hoping for a comeback, it's possible tonight, but it's also very possible in the series. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is swung on and miss. It's 0-1. 6-0 feels worse than the other day, but remember, it was 7-1. The Braves almost came back and tied that game. So it's not over tonight, but More importantly, big pictures, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 2, and it's 0-2. You just like to see the Braves. And conversely, if you're a Phillies fan, what you're hoping is that Nola goes very deep into this game and they don't have to use any of their big names in their bullpen so that they can hold them off for a series clincher either tomorrow at home or they may have to go on the road in Atlanta to win. The 0-2 pitch misses high and out of the zone, 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Darno had to leap up to keep that from going to the backstop. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, splitter misses, and it's 2-2. I see a lot of folks giving up too, but I remember those same comments last year. The 2-2 pitch swung on and popped up over towards first base foul territory. It goes into the stands, and we'll do it again at 2-2. A 2-2 pitch from Odorizzi, who's come out of the bullpen to try to eat up some innings. He's at 29 pitches. Here's the delivery, swung on and hit high, but not very deep. Rosario's underneath it. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. Remember last year, a lot of folks were in the dumps after a couple of the games. Some of the ones that jump out at you. Well, the first loss to Milwaukee, but then also when they got pummeled in Los Angeles, a lot of folks were afraid that we weren't even going to get back to Atlanta. They have surprised us time and time again. First pitch on the way to Bohm is fouled back against the screen, and it's 0-1. The other thing is, if they can somehow get out of this divisional series, they are hoping that Ozzie Albies may be able to come off the IL. He has been doing some groundwork and swinging the bat, the 0-1 pitch off the plate, and it's 1-1. And if there's a team that can score a bunch in a short period of time, it is the Atlanta Braves. They can do this to Philadelphia tomorrow just as easily. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded up the middle. Odorizzi gets out of the way. Grissom slides, stops, jumps, pops, and fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. It's 3 up, 3 down. We'll have the heart of the order. When we come back, we head to the top of the 6th. Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair quarterbacks all year long.
3rd down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got coverage. He's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown and a bomb. But Carter, 71 yards. Cal State's lead 7-3. There he goes. Go on. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You take 2 on the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
And he's open. The 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair quarterbacks.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves gonna grab the bats. The heart of the order is coming to the plate. So we head to the top of the 6th inning. Let's go ahead and turn back time here. On this date in 1908, the Chicago Cubs win Game 5 of the World Series as the first pitch on the way from Nola. It's called for a strike on the outer edge, and it's 0-1. Aaron Nola sitting at 69 pitches on the evening. The 0-1 to Dansby is swung on and missed. Sinker just underneath the bat, and it's 0-2. The 1908 win by the Cubs in Game 5 to win the World Series was the smallest crowd in the history of the World Series at just 6,200 in Detroit. Little did they know that would be the last time someone would see the Cubs win the World Series for 108 years. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-2. Tried to dig in to see why it was such a lowly attended game. I guess it's because Detroit was behind in the series. Just remember, that was the great Ty Cobb team. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just gets a piece of it, drops it into right field, and it's going to get to the wall. Dansby Swanson's on his horse. He'll stop at second base with the leadoff double. Let's go, Braves Country. Good piece of hitting by Dansby Swanson. He drips it into right field, and Castellanos dove for it. Not really sure why he dove for it up by 6, but he did. We'll take it. Had to kind of lean out over the plate to get to it. That's going to bring up Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson the first pitch on the way to Olson's off the plate, but called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. Bill Miller once again. I'm waiting for someone to start playing Three Blind Mice for Bill Miller. And he's just not good. The 0-1 pitch to Olson. Fastball way outside pitch out territory. It's 1-1. Braves trail by 6, but still 4 frames left to dig into this lead. The 1-1 misses high and wide. It's 2-1. If Atlanta can get into that bullpen earlier, be a big help for the rest of the weekend. We're in the 6th inning, top of the 6th, and Nola's only at 75 pitches. So he could go a couple more innings if the Braves don't start cutting into him. Nola steps off the rubber for a second and regroups. Runner on second, nobody out. The 2-1 pitch to Olson. Fastball misses wide. It's 3-1. Matt Olson trying to get on. with Austin Riley standing on deck. Travis d'Arnaud is in the hole. The 3-1 to Olsen, outside wide, ball 4. Matt heads down to first, and Austin Riley comes to the plate. Austin Riley, 0 for 2. Really has been quiet this series so far. His bat kind of cooled off towards the very end of the season. Anything to get him going here will be a positive heading forward in this series. First and second, nobody out. The Phillies bullpen starting to rumble around. The first pitch on the way, and it's a fastball, top of the zone. It's 0-1. On this date, 1976, Chris Chambliss hit a walk-off solo shot against the Kansas City Royals to win Game 5 of the ALCS. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, top of the zone again. Strike 2, and it's 0-2. Riley did not like that one. He might have had a little bit of beef. A little too close to take, but it was definitely a pitcher's pitch, not one you should swing at. So a good take by Riley. The 0-2 pitch on the way, top of the zone, misses high, and it's 1-2. Same pitch, cutter, top of the zone, but this time just missed about an inch high. Thought Miller might give it to him. Real Muto tapped his glove on the ground, basically telling Nola to get his pitches down. Got to figure he's probably about to go to that knuckle curve that he likes to get folks out on. He steps off the mound for a second. This was a big day in Major League Baseball as we turn back time. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, chase the high heat out of the zone. That one was a little inside towards the inner part of the plate, and he couldn't lay off. And there's one away. Riley once again coming up empty. And that'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. On this date, 1985, I think everybody knows this one. Ozzie Smith hit the shot known as Go Crazy, Folks Go Crazy. It's his walk-off home run in Game 5 of the NLCS. Knocked out the Dodgers to send the Cardinals to the World Series. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is a swing and a miss. Fastball, outer edge, and it's 0-1. And on this date, 1992, Francisco Cabrera of your Atlanta Braves in the bottom of the ninth with 2 out, pinch hit to single in 2 runs. Where were you when Sid slid as the Braves won Game 7 of the NLCS? The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit over towards short. It's going to be an easy 6, 4, 3. No, he drops it. Hoskins drops it. Nola can't believe it. He's walking towards the dugout. And Hoskins, that one will definitely, well, it actually probably won't be rung up as an error because you can't assume a double play. But Hoskins will tell you he should have had that one. There was nothing wrong with the throw. Just hit the heel of his glove. And that's going to bring up Michael Harris II. So can the Braves take advantage of this? A ball that dropped by Hoskins. You'll have runners on the corners with 2 away. Michael Harris coming to the plate. Philadelphia is on that bullpen phone. First pitch on the way to Harris is swung on and fouled back out of play. Fastball, and it's 0-1. Harris 0 for 2 with the strikeout and a ground out. He is 0 for 9 in the playoffs. Also on this date in 1978, Linda Ronstadt sings the national anthem. The 0-1 pitch is swung on. That ball's going to get through. It's going to get down. A 1 run will score. Olsen's going to go first to third and runners on the corners, and the Braves got something cooking here in the top of the 6th. A 2-hopper that got through the hole just past the glove of Hoskins and Segura went right in between them. Hoskins he tried to leap. Not even Michael Jordan's going to make that snag. Hoskins, you can tell he's hanging his head. I'm surprised someone hasn't gone over there just to pat him on the back. I mean, the guy did hit a 3-run home run. They're going to go out there and talk to Nola. Looks like they're going to keep him in the game. Alvarado, arguably their best reliever, is warming up in the bullpen. Tough left-handed reliever. Ozuna would be due up. See if Atlanta leaves him in here. You think they probably will, because Ozuna could change this game with one swing. So taking him out after you've already started him, but he has looked lost against Aaron Nola. Ozuna is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. And I mean, those strikeouts, that first one, you'd have thought he had a blindfold on. We'll see if he can crack through here. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is at the knees, called for a strike, fastball, outer edge. And it's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna, considering the fact he has not been able to hit that curveball, I'm a little surprised he wasn't hunting the fastball. He's missed that curveball by several inches. The 0-1 pitch, fastball, outer edge, stealing second base is Michael Harris. The pitch misses, and it's 1-1. Real Muto, I think, was caught by surprise, as a lot of us were. Harris was flying down the line, and a fastball. Real Muto tried to throw him out from his knees. Not much of a chance there. Threw the ball. He's actually lucky the ball didn't end up into the outfield. So a 1-1 pitch to Ozuna, single would cut this in half. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit hard, but right at the shortstop. He'll throw it over to first, and a bad throw, but Hoskins makes the catch and keeps his foot on the bag to end the inning. So the Braves only get one, but they do get on the board. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, trailing 6-1. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon, he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 6-1. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. I believe we've probably seen the end of Nola as their bullpen was working very hard heading towards the end of that inning. So if that indeed ends the night for Nola, he had a heck of an outing. 6 innings, 1 run, 4 hits. He did walk 2, give up a run, 6 strikeouts. And that'll bridge them to the back of their bullpen. See if Atlanta can get to them. First pitch on the way from Odorizzi to Brandon Marsh. He's taken for a strike high. It's 0-1. Odorizzi back out to work there. 33 pitches on the evening. The 0-1 swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. Defensive gaff and Strider coming unraveled afterwards is what led to the Philadelphia 6-run inning. If you're just joining us, then a bit of a peculiar intentional walk early in the game. The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away. You got to figure if Strider does not throw away that pitch, the inning probably isn't as disastrous as it was. But you add that along with adding runners. I mean, you're down 1-0 in the 3rd and you're adding runners to the bases. Just, I don't understand that. Late in the game, I get it. But that was a huge stretch of the imagination to think that that was a good idea. First pitch misses high and wide, the 1-0. 1-0 on the way, and it's in the dirt, and it's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch right there, called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 2-1. Look like the cutter. Jean Segura is 0 for 1 on the night. The 2-1 swing and fouls it back. It's 2-2. He did reach via the walk earlier in the game. Jake Odorizzi trying to get through this inning. That'd be 3 1/3. I'd say they'd run him back out there for the 7th and maybe even the 8th. If Philadelphia does not cough up the lead, they only have 2 more offensive frames. 2-2s in the dirt. It's 3-2. No, everybody wants them to try to do what they can to win this game. The key is to win the series, and the key is to just win tomorrow. And Charlie Morton on the hill gives you a pretty good shot. The 3-2. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. And Segura gets the second walk of the day. For the younger Braves fans, they probably don't remember this, but NLCS, Atlanta went down 3-1. And I remember at the time, the Cardinals, everyone thought the Cardinals were on their way. And I remember at the time thinking, okay, but who are you going to beat? Are you going to beat Smoltz? Are you going to beat Glavine? Or are you going to beat Maddox? And the Braves just absolutely came back and stormed back and won the series. And you kind of have that same feeling going into this weekend. First pitch on the way is swung on and grounded over to first. Olsen fires it across to Dansby. Dansby returns the favor, and it's a 3-6-3 double play. We'll head to the top of the 7th inning. Get your rally caps going, Braves country. Time to score some runs.
So, from now on, no more easygoing, devil-may-care, everybody's best friend dad.
I'm so very nervous.
I'm cracking down, and I'm cracking down hard. Starting right now, fun time is over.
So where was I for fun time?
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. And doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit. And everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks One YouTube channel.
His livelihood was taken away after the 1920 season, and with it, really his life. He lived another 30 years, but not very happily.
Joe Jackson played outlaw baseball in South Georgia for a time, then ran a liquor store in Greenville, South Carolina. Ty Cobb once came in for a fifth of bourbon. Jackson did not seem to recognize his old rival. Cobb finally asked, "Don't you know me, Joe?" "Sure, I know you, Ty," Jackson answered. "I just didn't think anyone I used to know up there wanted to recognize me again."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to craftsmanship. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves going to try to get back into this game. Tomorrow we will have the call here at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And if there is a game 5, 4:30 Eastern Sunday afternoon is what is being projected now. I would say that's probably pretty accurate because Yankees and Cleveland will play a 4th game. So that would definitely normally be their evening game they're going to try to compete Sunday Night Football with. And if the Dodgers and Padres go to a game 5, they'll probably have that as a late start on Sunday night. But we'll see how that works out. But you can pretty much plan on if the Braves Phillies have a 5th game, it'll be 4:30 Sunday. Nola is going back out there, and the first pitch to Arcia, who's in there to take a couple of hacks from Vaughn Grissom, is taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Arcia pinch hitting and coming into sub for Grissom. And the 0-1 pitch is swung on. That ball is dribbled into right field, down for a single. It's a leadoff single, Orlando Arcia. Say that had something to do with the fact that Grissom's last at bat against, or the last two, actually the first two at bats against Nola, he looked absolutely lost. It looks like they are going to go ahead and pull Nola, so that even though they tried to bring him out, that is going to do it for him. Alvarado, the left-hander, is going to come in out of the pen. And with that, I would think the Braves will go to the bench and sit Rosario. We'll let you know what's happening when we come back. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Do you know why I pulled you over? Because I was at the stop sign for too long? Why was you just sitting there? I was just waiting for it to turn green. Where you headed? I'm headed home. Okay, where you live? With my parents. Okay, and where do your parents live? They live with me. Okay, so where's your house? It's next to my neighbor's house. Step out the car, please. I'm going to jail.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
The day after the Black Sox were acquitted, Judge Landis barred all 8 players for life. None of them ever played Major League Baseball again. Judge Landis and the club owners had done their best to reassure the public that the game's honesty had been restored, but fans remained skeptical. Something or someone else was needed to revive their shattered faith.
But I tell you what, here comes a guy with big, broad shoulders and skinny legs, and he could hit that ball out of the ballpark. See, a lot of people had stopped going to baseball, and here comes Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth started hitting that ball out the ballpark and then brought him back.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. The Dixie Handle Company, DixieHandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to Craftsmanship. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves hoping to get things going here in the top of the 7th inning as the Philadelphia Phillies are going to the bullpen. Braves trail by 5. But Jose Alvarado's coming into the game. He's really turned it around the last half of the year. Arguably, Philadelphia's best reliever the last half of this year. He's got his ERA all the way down to 3.18. And the Braves are going to go to the bench, and they are going to bring in William Contreras. William Contreras will pinch hit for Rosario. So a big spot here. If Contreras can keep things going, you got the top of the order due up right after. Acuna on deck and Dansby in the hole. William Contreras just 1 for 4 in this series as he digs in. A lefty-righty matchup with a runner on first and nobody out. First pitch on the way is swung on and fouled back 99 mile an hour. Fastball, outer edge, fouled back, and it's 0-1. Alvarado looks in from the stretch. The 0-1 swung on and rifled down the line, but foul, and it's 0-2. So he's gone fastball outside, cutter inside to begin the at bat. The 0-2 to William Contreras. On the way in the dirt. Good block by Real Muto. Flips the mask to make sure that he can keep the runner at bay. And it's 1-2. Ball went in the dirt and was almost trouble. Good defensive play by JT Real Muto. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. And there's one away. Nasty sinker that got him fishing. And that will bring up Ronald Acuna Jr. Ronald Acuna Jr. has had three plate appearances in his career against Alvarado, and he's walked him every time. First pitch to Acuna is swung on and missed. That nasty diving sinker. A little bit of sliding action that got Contreras, and it's 0-1. Phillies 6, Braves 1, top of the 7th inning, 1 away. Inside. That ball clips off the dirt and into the glove of JT Real Muto. And it's 1-1. That ball came really close to Acuna's leg, almost bit him there, which would have sent him down to first. The 1-1 pitch. On the way outside wide, it's 2-1. 100 miles an hour on the gun. Standing on deck is Dansby Swanson, who is 0 in his career against Alvarado. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back 100 miles an hour. Fouled back out of play. There's 2 strikes on Acuna. Atlanta Braves trying to kick into the dent of this lead. Got runner on first with 1 away, a 2-2 count to Acuna. Power versus power. Here's the pitch down below the knees. Ball 3, and it's a full count to Acuna. So a full count to Acuna with Dansby Swanson standing on deck. You got to figure he's going to see something. Whether or not he can handle it is the key. The hard throwing lefty kicks and deals, swung on and missed, strike 3, 100 miles an hour on the outer edge. And he chased a pitch well out of the zone into the left-handed batter's box, and there's 2 away. That was one of those pitches where Acuna decided he was swinging before it ever left his hand. And by the time he decided to swing or pulled the trigger on that, he was going to be behind it anyways. You might as well just let it go at that point. Dansby Swanson steps in, and the first pitch to Swanson is inside, but called for a strike, and it's 0-1. That ball clipped on the inner part of the plate, but off the plate. The 0-1 right there for a strike. It's 0-2. Dansby Swanson took that 99 mile an hour one. That's usually one that he drives into the left field seats. He just has not seemed to be on his game last several days. Braves down to their last strike here in the 7th inning. The 0-2 from Alvarado on the way, swung on and hit high and deep into left field, but plenty foul. And it's a loud strike. It's still 0-2. Looked pretty off the bat, but it went plenty foul. Braves trail by 5. Remember, the Phillies have blown many leads this year, their bullpen. So it's not quite over yet, but you'd like to cut into it. The 0-2 swung on and hit high and deep into left field, but right at Schwarber, who makes the play, and that'll end the inning. Dansby Swanson tattooed that ball, but it was right at the left fielder. It's the 7th inning. Let's get ready to stretch. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
All right. Can't see you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the home, down through every stew. Casey Blue. On the Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show. But Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game. Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. I talk to betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel. Dixie Handle Company, DixieHandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to Craftsmanship. You're lit. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch on the way is a curveball in the dirt, taken for a strike, and taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves trail at 6-1. Had opportunities to score, just have not cashed in. The 1-0 swung on and hit down the line, and that's going to fall in for a single. And it's a leadoff single. Schwarber's going to come out of the game. Do apologize for that audio issue. YouTube has some issues with live audio. Think we got it fixed. So Schwarber's going to come out of the game, and Matt Vierling's going to come in to pinch run and, of course, play defense. Much better defensive player. Got to figure, unless they bat around, which it wouldn't make much of a difference anyways, Schwarber would not come back up to bat. So that's reasoning. Odorizzi kicks and deals the first pitch on the way to Hoskins, and it misses high for a ball. It's 1-0. Well, Atlanta just isn't hitting today, but Atlanta's got one of the best offenses in baseball. They're number 2 in all of Major League Baseball with home runs. I see the comment about having no offense. The 1-0 pitch misses high and inside. It's 2-0. And Aaron Nola has always had their number. Always had their number. And this isn't like other sports. Baseball's hard, so you can look like Babe Ruth one day and look like Mendoza the next day. The 2-0 delivery from Odorizzi, swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. Remember, before Hoskins came out of his slump today with that home run, he was struggling. Kyle Schwarber was 1 for 16 coming into today. But Max Fried not pitching well in game 1 is what hurt them. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit high and hard down the line, but foul, and it's 2-2. And this is a game here where Atlanta, I'm not going to say they've given up and they've punted it, but they are not expending their best relievers the rest of the way. So you're going to see a guy like Odorizzi who's going to struggle down the stretch and try to get through these next couple innings, but it's not indicative of what the Atlanta bullpen actually is. The back end of that bullpen, and tomorrow what you will see, and you'll see it quickly, is all hands on deck. So if Atlanta starts to fail early, if Charlie Morton doesn't have it, Atlanta's going to go to that bullpen quick because it could be their last game. The 2-2. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 3-2. But I do believe also Charlie Morton has stepped up time and time again in the playoffs. He is one of the main reasons the Braves won the World Series. When Atlanta lost last year, and I was doing these games, and when Atlanta lost Charlie Morton, I was doing these games, he'd broken his leg in the World Series, and it was just a gut punch as the 3-2 pitch is fouled back. We'll do it again. Full count to Hoskins, runner on first, nobody out. And unbelievably, not only did Ian Anderson, who's not on the team this year, on the playoff roster this year, so he absolutely fell apart back half of this season. He and Max Fried, along with bullpen games, willed the Braves to a World Series championship. The 3-2 pitch misses outside wide, and it's ball 4. Odorizzi at 51 pitches. I would think he's expected to go the rest of the way, but if you're wondering who they could turn to in the bullpen, Atlanta does have, of course, they have every option, but realistic option at this point, with Lee already being used, and Odorizzi being used here, Jackson Stevens would be the logical next guy in. If not him, they would go to Jesse Chavez, because you're going to keep Minter, Iglesias, and Jansen and McHugh for tomorrow, unless this game got really interesting. Philadelphia is warming up Zach Eflin, and Odorizzi is coming out. So they went out there and talked to him, and they decide that they are going to go to Jesse Chavez, see if he can keep it close. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spaulding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spaulding on it in big black letters. And for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Jesse Chavez comes in, and he'll inherit 2 runners on with nobody out, trying to stop the bleeding and maybe give the Braves a puncher's chance these next 2 frames. First pitch on the way is swung on and banged foul on the ground to Real Muto, and it's 0-1. Real Muto is 1 for 3 on the night. I see the comments saying that we're always bad in day games. Well, we better hope for an eclipse. It's 2:00 Eastern tomorrow. The 0-1 pitch taken for a strike outside. It's 0-2. I don't think the day game had anything to do with it today. I think Aaron Nola is he's a bad man, and we do not play. When I saw it, how it laid out to start the series, the 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to second. It's going to be a 4-6. Dansby is not going to be able to get the ball off in time. He pirouettes back towards third to see if he can catch Vierling napping. No such luck. Runners on the corners and 1 away. Slow developing double play, and Real Muta, who runs well for a catcher, was busting it down the line. But when I saw the series lay out and I saw that it was going to be Wheeler in game 1, Wheeler in game 2, Suarez in game 1, and then Nolan in game 3, and most likely Gibson in game 4. It's the first pitch on the way to Harper, swung on and missed. He took a hack, and it's 0-1. He's trying to make this a 9-1 game with 1 swing. I knew this was going to be the game that was going to be the toughest one because it's in Philly. first game back in a long time. The one that really killed us was the Max Fried just laid an egg in game one. The 0-1 misses high and outside. It's 1-1. Getting to Zach Wheeler and Kyle Wright out pitching him, that was phenomenal. But that really just evened up the series. The big thing's going to be now, if we can win tomorrow, it goes back to Atlanta, and you got to feel good about your chances with game 5 in Atlanta. The 1-1 pitch from Harper on the way, swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Braves trail by 5, trying to keep this within swinging distance. Remember, they were down 7-1 in game 1, came all the way back and just lost by a run. So it can be done. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Harper, fastball high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. The good news about tomorrow being a day game, the day game part, I know everyone's got to feels almost gun shy about that, but this game won't end late, so it's not like they're going to be out there tired. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track at the wall, almost making the catch as Harris. He slams into the wall, gets the ball in. A run will score, and it's 7-1 Philadelphia. Michael Harris almost had another phenomenal catch. Wouldn't have really mattered because the runner would have scored on the tag up. But now you've got runners on second and third with one away. That cutter just laid out there and he drove it. Ball went all the way. Looking at the replay, he did catch it, but he slammed into the wall. And when he slammed into the wall, it jarred it loose. He had a long way to go. And that's honestly the equivalent of trying to make a one-handed catch as a free safety knocks your block off. Valiant effort by Harris. The first pitch on the way from Chavez is swung on and slapped out into right field. 2 runs will score, and the Phillies have broken this wide open. It's 9-1. Good piece of hitting by Castellanos. Now you got to figure Chavez. He'll probably be asked to finish this inning. And next inning, I would think they'll just try to get someone some work. Maybe Jackson Stevens. Braves bullpen, infield was in, but I don't think that would have made much of a difference. As soon as the ball was hit, Harper was going all the way, so there was no chance of getting him at the plate. First pitch on the way from Chavez to Bohm is a ball, and it's 1-0. If you're looking for any kind of a bright side to this, the Phillies did blow an 8-run lead to the Mets in the 9th inning earlier this year. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and grounded over to third. It'll be a 5-4-3 double play to end the inning. And we get out of it, but trailing by 8, we'll head to the top of the 8th inning, see if we can put some dents into their bullpen. The Braves taking it on the chin, 9-1.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m. and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama!
Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated.
Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. This is where you find out where the real fans are. We're down 9-1. And Atlanta is heading to the top of the 8th inning. Coming to the plate as Brad Hand will come into the game. Lefty-lefty matchup. Brad Hand set to face Olsen. The first pitch to Olsen is swung on and foul down the line. It's 0-1. Matt Olsen 0 for 1, but 2 walks. He's had a good series so far. 3 for 7, a home run, 4 RBI. The 0-1 pitch. Way outside, ball 1. It's 1-1. Brad Hand, one of their setup men, a little surprised he's in there. They probably just need to get him some work. The 1-1 swung on and dribbled down the third base line, but it's going to go foul. If it would have stayed fair, Olsen would have been on first easily. Nobody's over there. If this lead stays going to the 9th, you might get one of their back of their bullpen guys to come in. The only thing is they might be a little shell shocked because of what happened earlier in the year. They had a couple of times where they've blown big leads. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball inside almost gets Olsen. Has to bend out of the way. It's 2-2. Regardless, you'd like to see the Braves put some kind of a rally together and get some pitchers working that the Phillies would love to rest up for the weekend. The 2-2 from Brad Hand. Wiry left-hander down below the knees. It's 3-2. Atlanta will have Charlie Morton on the hill tomorrow. The 3-2 pitch swung on and popped up, giving chase. It'll stay in play. Hand will make the catch over in foul territory, and there's one away. Phillies have not announced their starter, but it would either be Noah Syndergaard Kyle Gibson would be the logical, but probably more of a try to get him through 3-4 innings and then go to the bullpen type of game. Austin Riley steps in. He's 0 for 3. He's 1 for 11 in the series, and a big reason why Atlanta's bats have just been ice cold here today. First pitch on the way to Riley is swung on and hit hard on the ground, bobbled by Bohm, but he'll recover and throw out Riley out by about a step, and there's 2 away. Game's on tomorrow at 2:00 Eastern. We're doing the kickoff show at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and then it will replay leading into Braves Phillies. The replay will start at noon. You'll see the baseball feed start up 2 hours before. We'll do the pregame show. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate and he swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. It's 0-1. It's not the death sentence. The Braves, I know a lot of fans, we get down the dumps when you get down like this 2-1, you know you're facing elimination. But you only need 2 wins. It's not a 3-1 deficit. It's not a 3-0 deficit. The 0-1 off the plate, but called for a strike, and it's 0-2. A little bit below, but at this point, I think they're normally just going to give them benefit of the doubt. Fans standing, rooting on Brad Hand, the 10th pitch of the inning for Hand. Here's the pitch. This is high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Later on tonight, in about an hour or so, you're going to get Dodgers, Padres. They are tied at 1, and the Dodgers are on the road in San Diego for 2. So they're in the same situation Atlanta was, almost exact same situation as Gonsolin's going to the mound for them today. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, called for a ball. It's 2-2. Gonsolin, just like Spencer Strider, has not pitched much down the stretch. They're hoping to get a few innings out of him. The 2-2 swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, bobbles the ball. Marsh kicks the ball around, and Travis d'Arnaud has a 2-out single. Larissa, that's the defending world champion Hillbillies to you. Marsh looked like the Keystone Cops out there. Didn't really know what the heck he was doing there. I think he's checking his glove to see if there's a hole in it. But up by 8, no harm, no foul at this point. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate, at least get Harrison a look at Brad Hand. Harris is 1 for 3. 1 on, 2 away. The first pitch to Harris is swung on and dribbled over to second. Segura's got it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves trail by 8 in Philly.
Bad check, dumbass.
Holy crap.
No, it is not a bad check. We just want to say goodnight, and we love you very, very much. What are you doing?
Oh, just nailing his window shut for his own good.
What if there's a fire?
Well, then I guess you can just light your dope with it, dopehead.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 champion. This is going to be a tough play. The Cubs. It's over. And the Cubs.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
If you look at pictures of, say, the 1915 Pirates, you're going to see a very different kind of face than you see today. Hard men. Baseball at that point was a way out of the mines. This was a way for immigrant Americans to make a career. And they were tough men, hungry young men coming after the established older men. Baseball was played with a ferocity of a kind of life and death, which in a sense it was for these players. So it represented the rise of American striving in a certain way.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. And the Braves would need a miracle at this point to come back. But you never know. Phillies bullpen is known to do Phillies bullpen type things. They've blown a few large leads this year. Atlanta tomorrow is going to have Charlie Morton on the hill, and most likely you'll get one of the also-rans in the back of the Philly rotation, either Syndergaard or Gibson. I mean, if it's me, I'm putting Syndergaard out there because Braves have tattooed Gibson, but we'll just see how they do that. First pitch on the way from Chavez is swung on and fouled down the line, and it's 0-1. If it ends up being Syndergaard, it's going to be a bullpen game. He would go out there just to start, and then they would just try to piece it together. Brandon Marsh facing Chavez, as Chavez will try to finish this off. The 0-1 down below the knees, it's 1-1. The 1-1 way outside wide. It's 2-1. Sinker got away and sailed like if there was someone standing in the right-handed batter's box, it would have hit him in the ear. The 2-1 called for a strike. It's 2-2. One thing Atlanta fans know for sure, we're not going anywhere. Not only do we have the game tomorrow, if we win that, it goes back to Atlanta. This Braves team is put together to win for a long time. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed strike 3, and there's one away. I do wonder for all the teams, you're kind of seeing some sluggish play. The only team that hasn't had an issue is Houston, but they've had to have some big rallies at the end of their games to win. How big of an effect did these long layoffs have for the top seeds? First pitch on the way from Chavez, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Segura 0 for 1, but has reached base via the walk twice. Atlanta, the 0-1 pitch, called for an inside strike. Little bit inside. Segura's got beef for good reason. It's 0-2. Bill Miller's been all over the place today, and with a big lead, he's probably got dinner plans. The 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to first. A high hopper. Olsen has to step back for a second, grabs it, steps on the bag, and there's 2 away. But if this team can sweep the Mets, they can definitely beat the Phillies 2 games in a row. With Charlie Morton and Max Fried coming on the bump back to back. But this Philly team has played well. You can't take anything away from them. First pitch on the way From Chavez to Stott, Bryson Stott takes it inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Brogdon is now warming up in the bullpen. Zach Eflin has set down. The 1-0. Swung on and grounded over to second. It's going to be an easy 4-3 putout. A quick bottom of the eighth. We'll head to the top of the ninth. The Braves need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The San Francisco Giants were very close to becoming the Toronto Giants. In 1976, Giants owner Horace Stoneham sold the team to a group of companies in Toronto. The Toronto Giants were set to debut later that year, but a U.S. court stopped the deal. After hearing the news, a man named Bob Lurie bought the Giants and kept them in San Francisco.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Bell, left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. And Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the ninth inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
On August 2nd, 1907, I encountered the most threatening sight I ever saw on a ball field. He was only a rookie, and we licked our lips as we warmed up. Evidently, manager Pongo Joe Cantillon had picked a rube out of the cornfields of the deepest bushes to pitch against us. He was a tall, shambling galoot, with arms so long they hung far out of his sleeves and with a sidearm delivery that looked unimpressive at first glance. One of the Tigers imitated a cow mooing, and we hollered, "Get the pitchfork ready, Joe. Your hayseed's on the way back to the barn." The first time I faced him, I watched him take that easy wind-up, and then something went past that made me flinch. The thing just hissed with danger. We couldn't touch him. Every one of us knew we'd met the most powerful arm ever turned loose in a ballpark. Ty Cobb.
The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to craftsmanship. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Got to get some runs going. But tomorrow, back at 2 p.m. Eastern time, pregame show will start at noon as we'll talk college football and Major League Baseball. Get your day going. The kickoff show is 9:30 Eastern to noon, but we're going to replay it heading into the Braves-Phillies game. Be Charlie Morton versus ? Connor Brogdon's into the game, and the first pitch from Brogdon is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna is 0 for 3. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. I would be surprised if Charlie Morton doesn't go out and pitch a great game tomorrow. He has been nothing but money in the playoffs. And if he falters, the Braves have not, though they've losing this game big today, they haven't used any of their big guns out of the bullpen. So they'll all be rested and ready to go. The 1-1 swung on and missed. It's 1-2. I'd say we're going to see a difference in the lineup. You're going to see Arcia start at second, I would guess. I'd be surprised if Ozuna is designated hitter tomorrow. I would think it's probably going to be Travis d'Arnaud as the DH with the Contreras behind the plate. Ozuna has just not put on very good at bats until the games get out of reach. The 1-2 in the dirt. It's 2-2. And you're almost trying to force a round peg into a square hole because you spent so much money on Ozuna. But he has so many holes in his swing, and Contreras is a much better batter at this stage. They'll try to move him in the off season, but I don't think anybody wants Ozuna at that price. So it's going to, what can you get for him? Can you move him? The 2-2 swung on and missed strike 3. And there you have another strikeout by Ozuna. There's one away. Pre-game show gets started at noon tomorrow. And by then we should have the starting lineups. We'll share them in the chat. The first pitch on the way to Arcia, who's 1 for 1 coming off the bench. It's outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Arcia, off the plate, down below the knees. It's 2-0. You know, you typically don't do batting practice on the early games. You wonder if that may change tomorrow, because some of these guys who are struggling at the plate may want the batting practice. The 2-0 right there for a strike. It's 2-1. Big day of college football tomorrow. Big day of Major League Baseball. We'll hit the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update one more time tomorrow. It's later on tonight. It's Padres and Dodgers. 2-1 right there at the knees. Down below, taken for a ball. It's 3-1. Braves at 2:00 Eastern. Astros Mariners at 4. Yankees Guardians at 7:30 and Dodgers Padres at 9:30. So you got a full day of action in college football on the DixieHandleScoreboard.com update. The big games starts at noon. It's a 3-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third, rolled it over. It'll be made by Sosa, who comes in and makes the play, and there's one away. Mundo Sosa comes in for Bohm to give him an inning off. Tomorrow at noon, it'll be Penn State and Michigan, 2 teams battling from the top 10. In the SEC, you got Auburn and Ole Miss at noon. Later on in the afternoon, the big one, Alabama, number 3 in the country, at number 6 Tennessee. We'll keep you updated through all that action. Florida State hosts number 4 Clemson. And Kentucky and Mississippi State, both ranked in the top 25, square off tomorrow night. First pitch on the way to Grossman. And if that isn't a 9-1 2-out strike, I've never seen one. That ball is about 2 inches below his kneecaps, and it's 0-1. The 0-1. Down below the knees, it's 1-1. Braves down to their final 2 strikes, their final out. The 1-1 pitch, Robbie Grossman. Swing and a miss, and he loses his bat. Goes flying towards the backstop. Bounces off. Thank goodness that netting's there nowadays. There's a kid sitting there. Doesn't look very coordinated. Probably would have taken one right in the grill. So the Braves down to their final strike. We'll be back at it tomorrow. As the old saying goes, baseball momentum is today's starting pitcher. We got Charlie Morton on the hill. Philadelphia will have question mark. Maybe they'll run the Philly Fanatic out there. The 1-2 off the plate wide, and it's 2-2. Phillies' first home game in about 3 weeks. The fans are standing in much appreciation, with Phillies really coming up big in big situations. Braves just did not have it. The 2-2 pitch. Called strike three. That pitch is about 3 inches outside the zone and high. And Grossman just kind of gave him a look like, all right, man, whatever. Bill Miller, one of the worst umpires in baseball, but all you ever hear about is Angel Hernandez. That'll end the game. It wouldn't have made a difference. That'll end the game. Philly's first home win since 2011. Wow. That is a struggling franchise the Braves just lost to today. First win since 2011 at home in the playoffs. Atlanta will be back at it tomorrow. We'll try to even up the series and send it back for a decisive Game 5. 2:00 Eastern, his first pitch will be here. Pre-game show, if you want to check in, talking college football and Major League Baseball, we'll get it all started at noon. For all the guys and gals behind Braves Country Baseball, I'm Mac McGee. Have a great night, y'all. Get some rest. We'll get them tomorrow. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there arose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. But somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart, man, it's time to go. Be back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk, live from the First Coast. I know